Finish people, my name's Eric, and this video is titled How Cringy Am I? On a scale of 1 to maximally cringy, how cringy am I? It obviously depends on the day. Some days I'm more cringy than others. But,
Did you
Rachel
mean
and
to say MU?
no, I'm going to say am I. Well, you know, what's right next to I on the keyboard?
Probably.
No, I said, do you know what's right next to I on the keyboard?
What?
You. Well. So, obviously, we've got a big show for you. Getting ready to start here. Hi, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. You like to be first. You often are. Maybe most of the time, even.
Yeah.
You're quick. You're a quick draw McGraw. So obviously I've been continuing to obsess over this Diddy stuff. I am super anxious to hear some more names of people who are culpable for this shit. And I did finally hear one interviewer with the lawyer who's managing these civil cases, and he said he was asked, well, like, how long until you actually file these lawsuits in court? And he said, I'd like to tell you 1 week, but more realistically, 30 days, since we're continuing to get more corroboration via these phone calls and such, you know? So, yeah, before they'd even had that press conference, he had gotten 3,000 people calling him and made 120 cases out of it. So they had 120 really solid cases, right? Since that press conference, they've gotten 12,000 more calls. Obviously, not all of those calls are legit. Not all of them are victims. Some of them might be witnesses, etc. But nevertheless, it just goes to show you how pervasive this shit was.
Hey, Lori G.
Joaquin, I'm doing fine. You absolute legend. You know who says that, Joaquin?
Julie?
No. That's Carl Jobst. He begins every one of his videos that way. Hello, you absolute legends.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, you already asked that question, the German doggo. Obviously, I didn't respond to it the first time because it's incredibly stupid and I've heard it a billion times already.
Yeah, you were in sync, G.
Your instincts were right. It came to be time to stream. You know, I enjoy watching Moist Critical. That was for you, Joaquin. And his analysis of various internet dramas and so forth. It seems like he live streams a fair amount too. He's a very big YouTuber, and he's mostly got famous just for being reasonable. You know, it's not like he's doing anything particularly special except just being a reasonable voice of reason on the internet. That was sufficient to get him a big audience.
Yeah.
I, on the other hand, have a tendency to get angry and to express that anger. And you know, if you express a lot of anger, even if you express it in, I think, healthy ways, verbally, you know, and when appropriate, hopefully. Although not always when appropriate. Damon says, I think we are all the same awareness beneath it all, experiencing life through different bodies and stories. What do you think? I think people are very different from one another. Sure, we're all human. We all have experience. We all make meaning from that experience. But what people prioritize differs a great deal between individuals. So, um, people have as absolute and instrumental values different things. Sometimes they're in conflict. I might have as an absolute value the truth, novelty, and people's feelings and my feelings. But other people might have as their absolute values, say, solvency, schmoozing, no, I'm sorry, solvency and logic and execution and experience. So those two people are going to be very different because they have different absolute values. What one person sees as only a value in serving the interests of another thing, the other person sees as an end in itself. That causes a lot of conflict between people.
So like.
Hi, Lori G. Sorry I didn't say hi to you. You're welcome, Damon. My pleasure. Thank you for your excellent question.
So obviously, like everyone's different, but what makes two INFJs different from each other?
Experience. So the other thing that differentiates people from each other is their personal experience. You might have the same values as somebody else, like uphold the same things as absolute values and the same things as instrumental values. But if one of them experienced a lot of trauma in childhood and the other one did not, then they're going to come out a lot different. And it doesn't even have to be in childhood. If somebody experiences ongoing trauma as an adult, it's going to dramatically affect how they act and stuff. They may still have the same values, but they don't have trust, you know. And they're in distress and or undergoing ontological attack of some sort.
Because like Lou and I are similar in our interests, especially.
Your affects are different, but
Yeah.
that's just variation between individuals, just based on the fact that people are more than just their attentional habits and values.
They say that she's the most INFJ person, that she's like the number one INFJ from talking with famous people.
Who, Lou?
Yeah.
Who says that?
Well, Kay.
I've never heard that before.
Kay says that she's the, and
You're obviously the number one INFJ around here. You're co-host. You're Rachel. You're on this side of the screen.
Yeah.
So that's silly, obviously.
I don't know why.
Because you're an INFJ. That's why it made you concerned. When something bothers Rachel, it's inevitably going to be broached as a topic with me, which I appreciate, which I greatly appreciate. I would hate to think that you were not talking to me about stuff because you were worried that I was going to react badly or some such.
I made a post. I said like there was like a thing on Instagram where like you like get linked with a bunch of people because like you do a thing, and the thing was post a random picture. So since Instagram doesn't have da 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 as a song, I put it as my picture because I screenshotted it because I wanted to screenshot it and then add the song to it. But so I just put it in this photo dump and put the screenshot of the Da 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 song from YouTube, and underneath it was Johnny Honey Pie So I tagged YouTube and Johnny, and he liked it.
Oh, that's nice. Great.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Thugnificent. I did not catch Benjamin Button disease. I don't believe I'm looking particularly young and vibrant at the moment. I feel fine. I got a good amount of sleep last night, good amount of sleep the night before, but I still have a sleep deficit, so. Well, Manu John, we shall see. We shall see what
Do
happens.
people like Liz Cheney?
I mean, I don't know. If I remember correctly, she's Dick Cheney's lesbian daughter.
Oh,
I'm not sure how much that's going to
right.
help Kamala, but Kamala.
People have been like dropping by the millions, like Beyonce. Like
Oh,
her
really?
account, her Instagram, she lost like 8 million people.
Really?
Yeah.
I hope she's getting comments.
I don't know. I don't know. She might not have comments turned on. I don't know.
She might be perceived more somewhat as a victim too.
Yeah.
What's the most embarrassing thing you've done? What embarrasses you, Eric? Is it social stuff? Yeah. I mean, like when I used to be a drinker, obviously I would kind of make an ass of myself in drunken buffoonery and stuff on occasions, and then um, nowadays I still embarrass myself occasionally.
You do.
I think it's unavoidable that, for example, Rachel and I went over to the neighbors and hung out with the neighbors the other day. I don't know when it was exactly. And we had a great time, and I think it went really well. But despite that, I picked apart everything I had said after the fact and found myself cringing and saying this thing slightly in the wrong way. Maybe they misinterpreted it to mean this. And for example, I was under the assumption that they didn't work, and so when she told me that like she worked on vacation rental properties, I said, "Oh, do you do property management? I didn't know that." And she said, "No, I clean them." So I was like that. I felt terrible about it. I felt embarrassed at my own like assumptions, right? And obviously, I don't. That doesn't make me think anything one way or the other about her, whether she's a property manager, whether she cleans
Yeah,
rental properties. It
no,
doesn't make any
no.
difference at all to me. But nevertheless, oh, you know how I feel like cringing at myself, or like, why did you do that? But I can't really kick myself for it because it just, however she put it initially, it made me think she was being a she was doing property management. So that's an example. You have to pause for the famous people. You could have my autograph if you were in the same physical location as me. Why you would want
Mail
it,
it,
I
right?
don't know.
Well, it could be worth something someday.
I mean, maybe if it came with a
Just
picture or something.
just like, yeah, your artwork, just like all your soulmate drawings are going to be famous one day. I'm telling you, they're
Maybe.
going to be on Antiques Roadshow. They're going to be like during the years of 2004 to um, I can see it going on for another year. uh, Eric Strauss made drawings of soulmates for people.
Yeah. I don't know why I did that, Thugnificent. I wish I hadn't. Cringe memories are the worst. Cringe memories are how you know you're still alive. I mean, I hope I could know I was still alive through something other than cringing at my own past
I
failures.
I mean, I feel like it was an honest mistake. You were just asking her a question. You had made an assumption and you asked a question.
Yeah. Right.
But the
It makes me want to tell myself, check your privilege.
well, okay, so when she was walking the dog the other day and she was complimenting us and we were like waving hi from the street and stuff, she was complimenting us and I fucking didn't compliment her back, and I've been thinking, I was like, oh my god, I really fucking failed with that. Like,
Yeah, well, that's the sort of thing that, yeah. But here, Lem, that's not how it went down at all. We didn't start talking about work at first at all.
no.
No, we went over there, we played music with them, we
Mm-hmm.
chilled, we smoked weed. Work didn't come up until later on. And even then, it's like,
It only came up because we were talking about how we were thinking about using our house for our other house for vacation rentals, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we have a bunch of properties."
no, she said, they said they have a rental space underneath their house.
Oh yes, yes.
And then she said something like, I work at a bunch of different vacation rentals.
See, I misinterpreted what was going on too.
And so
There.
I thought she meant, yeah.
I did. I thought that
So
that they had. I thought that they had multiple places. I didn't realize that they have a space that they rent out.
underneath their house. I did get that.
I didn't.
I got that part, but I didn't get what she meant about about the other properties. I thought I knew they weren't. She didn't own them, the ones you were referring to, but I assumed she was doing property management. Which, a lot of people who own properties up here don't live up here, and they have property management run their rental property for them.
Well, she was very much like, we're neighbors, like, come on over, like, which is great. Like, I was even thinking of being a little bit, like, brave. And if you went to, like, LA, like, if there was a day that, like, you went to LA and I didn't go with you, that I would, like, stop over and say hello.
Yeah. I want to go talk to them again soon. No, I don't. I'm quite sure they're not swingers.
No.
This isn't that kind of life that we're living. There ain't no Diddy parties going on around here.
No.
We
No,
didn't
no
go
fire.
inside, actually. We just were out on the what do you call it, patio
Yeah.
deck. I'm not sure. He had a cool instrument. It was half banjo. It was a banjo, but it was strung like a guitar. It was fretted and strung like a guitar. So it had 6 strings, tuned like a guitar, and you chorded it like a guitar. You just play like a guitar, but it was a banjo. Sounded cool.
Electric mandolin.
Yeah, an electric mandolin.
Yeah.
I think we probably just hit the tip of the iceberg of their cool instruments they have.
Yeah, we definitely did. And we just hit the tip of the iceberg of, like, the creative work that Kay does too. I feel like she, just based on music alone, has a big catalog and stuff.
Yeah,
to share.
she's an ENFP.
Yeah. I felt a little bit bad about, like, the way we left, but it was, like, getting dark, so we had to leave. But it was kind of like, we were like, oh, you're an ENFP. And then she asked us, like, a little bit about it, and then we were like, okay, well, we're gonna let you go. Like,
It was because he was leaving, right? Or he had been gone for a while?
He had already been gone for a while, yeah. And it was getting dark, honestly.
I didn't want to overstay our welcome, was all.
I didn't either.
So, we'll go see them again. And maybe we get them to come over to our house.
Yeah.
Hang out. We have instruments as well. Plus, we have this nice bass cabinet and a guitar amp, so.
Yeah.
And we have a PA.
Yeah.
He works at a hotel. And they seem like very nice people. She's an ENFP, which means, of course, that ENFPs and ENTPs have a tendency to not quite see eye to eye, but she's a wonderfully nice lady. I'm not saying there'd be any conflict between us, but it's like when I was talking to her and I was said like trying to figure out what she was talking about why she plays a certain song now, but she doesn't play certain other songs. And the answer is when a song begins to feel, basically, when she begins to feel like it, she has to have the emotional
Yeah.
resonance with that song for for her to feel like playing it, right? And my take on that was like if a younger Eric would have said, "But shouldn't you just play the good songs and not play the bad ones?" I mean, what does your emotions have to do with it? And but I contemporary Eric's a little bit wiser than that, so I talked to her about it a bit, and I summed up the distinction between us as she's looking to authenticity to validate something, and I'm
Yeah.
looking to an external metric.
And it seemed like she was agreeing with
Oh
what
yeah,
you had to say.
she agreed with that,
Yeah.
but I could see in her face she was confused. Like, if you're aware of that, Eric, how could you possibly choose your choice?
Well, yeah, she would think that though. I mean,
Right. And I think the same thing as an ENTP, the opposite. I think I feel the same way, but in the opposite direction. Like, why would you choose which songs to play based on your subjective feelings when you could evaluate them on whether or not they're good? But of course, what her perspective is, if she's authentically feeling it, it's good because that's why one plays music, I guess. Which is fine. I mean, at least I understand because of cognitive functions what's going on there, why there's a difference, and how neither of us is correct. We're both living our attentional configuration. I'm no Polly. You're no Polly. You're an ENFP though. Well, good for you. I did compliment her honestly about some lyrics of hers that I liked a lot. She thought for a second that I was talking about a different set of her lyrics, and I corrected her. I said, no, I'm talking about that song
yeah. What's the song?
about the cedar tree.
Yeah.
Well, meth doesn't turn you evil, okay?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was not that sweet.
I would say maybe he was not as good at being evil because of the meth. It's hard to sustain things when you're super thwacked out and not getting any sleep.
I mean, wasn't he like basically just like the face of the Nazis at the end, like towards the end of it? Like, he was just.
I mean, he was still in charge all the way to the end, but.
What a terrible man.
So J.K. Dobbins says music is like attractiveness or beauty. Its value is in the eye of the beholder. While it's true that music can't be valued except by way of an individual valuing it, it's not true that it's equally correct to value any given song, because in fact some compositions are objectively better than others. That doesn't mean that you have any obligation to like those things that are objectively better. You probably can't tell.
Here's the thing though, the Magnificent. What is misunderstood? Are we misunderstanding about Hitler? Like.
Well, he was an artist, though.
Yeah,
But,
sure
yeah.
he was. He.
Well, he just says most artists are misunderstood.
Yes.
That doesn't necessarily include Hitler. He could be one of the artists who was not misunderstood.
I think that he was not misunderstood. I think that he was an artist and he was not misunderstood.
He's generally perceived as bad.
Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure we're on the right side of the story when it comes to that. Like, you know, like
I'm not sure about that, J.K. Dobbins, because I would say no, because people aren't art projects.
yeah, but they think they are. Some people think they are.
So I also don't think farting is an art project, Significant. They're called 2 hours OT. What does that mean?
Yeah, but what game?
They called 2 hours OT. I don't know what you're
I
talking
don't
about.
know what that means either.
So I think it's fair to say that people who are producing art to be consumed by other people. Oh, 2 hours of overtime. Who
Yeah,
called
but
that?
what?
Oh, I know OT is overtime, but I didn't put it together that 2 hours of overtime maybe it's like a work thing rather than a sports thing. Could be a work thing.
I guess. Yeah, maybe.
We are all God's art projects is an argument I could make. Okay, well that would be a bad argument you could make because the difference is we can identify the specific individual who makes something, or sometimes we can't identify them, but we can determine for sure that some specific individual made it, or at least initiated an AI process, right? So that's not the case with what you're saying there, God. You could try to argue that I'm my parents' art project, except I'm expressly not an art project, right? I'm a human being. So that's different. Being able to make an argument is not the same thing as being able to win an argument. So like
Just because you're an artist doesn't mean that you're misunderstood.
right, and just because you're an artist doesn't mean you're misunderstood. So it's like also I don't feel very I don't I don't feel it intuitively regarding visual stuff the way that I do with narratives, aka writing, and music. So, am I misunderstanding you?
I feel like I understand that you have a fondness for farts and like things that happen with your butthole.
Jessica, Andrew, you are now. By
Yes,
virtue
you
of
are.
talking with me, you become a famous person.
Yup.
Thus, you are now and forevermore a famous person.
Hey,
Hi, William. How's it going? I hear you're the next King of England. So, anyway, as we all know, a lot of exciting things are going on in the world right now. Things ranging from the baseball playoffs, in which the New York Metropolitans
Ah,
scored 4 runs in the top of the ninth inning to
Yep.
come back and defeat the Milwaukee
it was
Brewers.
bananas. Bananas. Exactly, Manu John. So you're famous too.
I should begin every video with, "Hello, famous people. I'm your host Eric."
Like that.
Maybe I'll do that from now on.
Milwaukee's just misunderstood.
Well, they may be misunderstood, but they are now out of the playoffs. And that relief pitcher who gave up 4 runs in the top of the ninth is the persona non grata of Milwaukee for the
Oh, there's a great
foreseeable
Bucks
future.
Falcons game, overtime game. That's what it is. Out over to overtime.
Oh, it's an NFL game?
Yeah.
Hmm.
That boy Klaus just let us know. I don't hate art. I'm an artist. Eric's an artist.
I am an art. Yes, I am. I'm like artist, man, man, man. Yeah, I feel for him. He's gonna not be beloved around Milwaukee, that's for sure. Eric, I got kidnapped by a gang of mimes. The things they did to me was unspeakable. Even animals are artists too, are they? Okay, well, the thing is, when one produces an artifact to be consumed by others for the purpose of generating said artifact, like then that makes it an art project. Like if I'm making some kind of thing in some kind of medium for the purpose of showing other people, having them consume it in some fashion, uh, and it's not something that they physically consume, then that's an art project. It doesn't necessarily make you an artist per se, like unless you want to say that everybody who makes an art project is an artist, which is a fine thing to say. In which case, yeah, that makes you an artist.
You're a musical artist.
I'm a musical artist because I make music for people to consume. If I just played by myself all the time, then you might call me a like a musician, but you wouldn't probably call me an artist.
Whenever I used to tell people that I draw, they'd be like, "Oh, so you're an artist?" And it was always very awkward for me to answer because, like, I always like, I guess maybe had imposter syndrome. Like,
Sounds like that boy Klaus's preferred team has lost. The Falcons have won the game.
oh,
Atlanta is celebrating in football, but they're not celebrating in baseball, as their beloved Braves got swept in the wild card series. All right, now what am I doing? I'm going to get out the guitar and play a song. Now, you don't have to make it for other people to purchase, just to consume. It may or may not make any money. You may not even want to make money out of it. That's not what I'm saying. It's not contingent on trying to make money. It's contingent on making something that you want in some kind of medium that you want people to look at, hear, watch, whatever. Read. Basically, those are the things. All right, Wilhelm. First, let me tune my guitar.
I liked to draw, like, because it would pass the time for me. My grandma, La Pelosa, used to paint, and she gave me like a coloring book where you can trace over. So I learned how to like draw people, like cartoons and stuff, by tracing. And then I would just like obsessively draw in my room for hours. College kind of killed that because I took it as a major. I never should have done that. But yeah, I used to be a drawing fiend.
The reason I say it has to be for other people is that I'm making the distinction that you could play music just by yourself, for yourself, and be a musician. The distinction between being a musician and an artist is making art. What's the difference between making art and playing guitar by yourself? Well, you make it for the purpose of showing somebody else. I'm not saying there's any objective value. I'm saying there's objective quality. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times, hard times. times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches the time when the road comes to an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel on alone? A sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. 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 No, then you're playing somebody else's art project, right? And that's fine. It's like you could imitate a painting, you could copy someone else's thing as a way of practicing something, or just because you like to play it or whatever. That's all fine. So you not being an artist doesn't render existing pieces of art into non-art. I'm just saying I'm using the term there to draw a specific distinction, namely a distinction between those who just play around for themselves for their own purposes, which are not any less significant necessarily, right? I'm not saying that is less significant, and those who are actually trying to produce things for consumption. I also draw a distinction between those who are producing original things for consumption and those who are just playing covers for consumption. The point is, I'm using these terms to draw these distinctions. If you want to define them differently, go ahead. That's fine. I'm using terms to draw distinctions that would otherwise have to be explained. I mean, I've written hundreds and hundreds of songs. You can write hundreds of distinct songs. You want to sing a song with me, Rachel?
Yeah.
All right. I'll play another song that I've written right now. No, okay. Does food have quality? Yes. Can you say X food is objectively better than Z food? No. Okay. The reason why I correct people about these objective, subjective things is pretty straightforward. Subjective means if like a subjective calculation is one that's calculated according to your own interests, whereas a subjective evaluation is one calculated. An objective evaluation is one calculated from a disinterested perspective. So when you think about it like that, that'll help you to understand what I'm saying. Right, here we go.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Troubles past, struggles still to come. Day is nearly done.
cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving
to those who stay awake all night. Mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to fight.
but whether I'm supposed to be here or just be singing forgotten noise is sort of based on what I see here and on what I avoid.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we hope for more time. Troubles past, struggles still to come. The day is nearly done. Someone buy us some more time.
Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Something to say. Well, I mean, the difference between art and good art, Gretchen Wheeler, is Diddy an artist? By my definition, yeah, because he produced stuff for public consumption. He's obviously not a good artist. Is beat poetry art if it's original? Yeah, sure. Is it good art? Not necessarily. There's a big difference between art and good art. Do you want to play something else? Want to play Gregory?
Sure. He's
Gregory in disguise, hands in his pocket. Start over, okay. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. I burst his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. I burst his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory.
in disguise. He hates the lies. Wants to make fun of the men. Oh,
Sorry, hold on. I fucked up. I'm a little out of practice. It's been a while since I practiced.
I am too. My voice is all over the place.
You're not making it for them to consume as art. Okay, if you are doing it for that purpose, then yeah, it would be art. All right, let's start from the top. Let me just. Here's the lies. Won't you confront the men?
Always telling them.
Okay, I've got it. All right, here we go. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. I burst his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. I burst his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory.
In disguise. He hates the lies. Wants to confront the men. Always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is tonight. Chance to learn them.
eyes to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. Hands in his pockets, now he's walking down the drive. Covers his eyes, doesn't want you guys to realize that he's
Gregory in disguise. He is alive. Wants to confront the man. Always telling them. But every time he tries, he running high. And then he is denied.
the chance he got them because he's Gregory in disguise. Thanks, Gretchen, for your kind words. You cannot find us on Spotify because we haven't actually formally published any music.
We can link the videos.
Yeah, we have it on YouTube. We just don't have it on Spotify.
Yeah, not on Spotify.
Because to do that, you have to formally publish it. I just published my shit on YouTube. I started using the resin for my bong to craft an alien hive ESQ scene. What's ESQ? Can you take this for a second? I need to
Sure.
put some pants on.
More like the Decemberists? Thank you. I haven't listened to the Decemberists in a really long time. Hey, Keisha. And thank you for the super chat. Was Valencia one of the Decemberists' big songs? I don't know, they remind me of reverse Yoko and John. How do you mean, Thugnificent? Like, we're not toxic? Yes, Valencia. That used to play at, when I worked at this restaurant, that song used to play all the time. Oh, because it's good. We're the opposite of John and Yoko. Yeah, they didn't make good music together. Thank you, Gretchen Wheeler. So is today really Mean Girls Day? Did it like come out around this time? I saw it in theaters. I was in college, a freshman in college when it came out. Well, you know, you don't want to be a complete copycat. I think you want to find like inspiration from the art that you see and use it. But you don't want to directly copy. Oh, I'm not bad at covers. I used to do karaoke all the time. I mean, that's not... I mean, I guess it's copying.
What's copying?
Manu John's saying that copying happens in art, and art is copying.
No. There's a difference between copying something and not copying something.
I saw it, Mean Girls' earlier screening of it as like a tester audience. That's so cool, Acacia. What did you think about it when you came out of the tester audience? Did you have to give your opinion? And what was your opinion, if you did? You can come up with something on your own that has been done before, but you don't know it. That happens. Then
That doesn't really happen.
right, Acacia? I kind of went into Mean Girls blindly. I was just like, oh, it's written by what's her name from Tina Fey from SNL, so it may be good. I had no idea like how I was gonna feel about it, and I came out being like, wow, that's really funny. That did a good job of using satire in high school. It's the 20-year anniversary. Oh my god, yes! I saw it 20 years ago then, not to the day, but probably that weekend with my roommate Katie, and we both loved it. It was fun. It was like a bonding experience. We used to like to go to the movies together, she and I. Thugnificent. You could argue any, but it doesn't really matter unless you're singing the original sample word for word.
Yeah, trolling is kind of like a kind of art, sure. It's more of an interfacing kind of art than than producing an artifact for long-term consumption. It's very short shelf life, like newspaper articles and stuff.
I was obsessed with Napoleon Dynamite. I used to do the dance and watch it over and over again in my dorm room, my suite room.
Well, the point is, Gretchen, we're trying to define the terms in operational ways to draw specific distinctions, right? So, according to my previous definition, if you're producing something in some kind of medium for consumption by others, presumably as art, I guess, then that makes what you produce art, provided it's original.
That's cool, Acacia. I feel you. Like, I didn't. Yeah, Lohan. Like, but she was good in it. She's a good actress. She's actually a good actress when she's actually acting. Like when she just started not giving a shit. Like that's when her acting started to like go down the hill.
You have to work in a medium. I don't think I don't think arson qualifies. It's not a medium. Text is a medium, right? And robbers and other people who are rights violators, violating rights is not working in a medium. Those are different things. What's an interfacey kind of art? Like trolling, or like, you remember when what's that guy's name? Tom Green. Is that what his name was?
Yeah.
On MTV, he'd like go interview people with poop on the mic and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that's very interfacey kind of art, where you're relying on the other individual's interaction with you. It still counts as art because he produced it for the consumption of people. He produced it as art or something like that, media production, comedy, whatever you want to call it, in a medium for consumption by other people. Not everything that's a show is art because that's not a medium. Violating rights is not a medium.
Like in Punked.
Okay.
That's not art. Sorry.
You're gonna break it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Here, just push it down. Like, instead of doing what you're doing, push them all down at the same time.
Oh, I didn't have them all down.
And then don't push harder if it's giving you a problem. Just adjust it so that it doesn't. You don't have to push harder.
Okay. Is that my polar like?
It's polar TE for sure. Yeah.
I'm not good at it.
That's fine. Just don't break.
I don't want to break it. I don't want to be. I know you'd be upset at me.
If it's getting hard to push,
I
then
know.
just stop pushing.
Okay. I had to take lessons on how to use a camera stand.
You can't violate your own rights. It's not possible. Well, J.K. Dobbins, if you want me to, I'll read what you said out loud. You said, objectively, you were pushing the wrong way. Objectively, all I can say about music is that it exists. The thing is, it's possible for you to make an attempt to evaluate music according to whether it's good. Or you can make an attempt to evaluate music according to whether you like it. The thing is, when I was younger, made my choice about music according to whether I liked it. And you could say I still do. However, now I know I'm better able to realize when my initial enthusiasm for something won't stand any test of time, right? Like, it's a really good song. I'm not going to like it just right now, but I'm going to like it a long time from now. It's going to stay on a list a long time. It's going to stand the test of time, right? Like, Mozart is better than shit you've never heard of from the same time period that wasn't any good. Because nobody remembers stuff that's not any good. You can sing Britney Spears songs, but you can't sing Jessica Simpson songs, even though they came out around the same time, etc. Certain media age better and use a time test better than other media. So music is the medium that is best tested with time. Regardless, what I said before to you, you still haven't responded to. If you think about it like this, I can subjectively evaluate something by determining whether it's in my interests, okay? Will it help me in some way to like this song? Let's put it that way. Will it help me in some way to like this song? Or I could try to evaluate it like this. Do I think this song is going to be a hit? That a lot of people are going to like this song. Or I could evaluate it like this. Do I think this song is going to be listened to years from now? So we have different ways of evaluating things. Some of them are objective, that is, say, don't consider our own interests, and some of them are subjective, that do consider our own interests.
I don't understand, though, because, like, okay, Billie Eilish is big, but it's just not good.
Right. So I haven't listened to a lot of it, but I suspect Rachel's right. What I have listened to, I tend to agree with her about.
Same thing with Sabrina Carpenter. I really went into, like, listening to Espresso and being like, oh my god, I'm going to be so digging Sabrina Carpenter. And I was like, is she saying espresso in the song? I can't tell. Not that she doesn't have a voice. They both have great voices, but it's just, like, underwhelming.
There are some kinds of ideas for which that's possible to occur. That like two people will come up with the same thing at the same time. But those are things like science advancement stuff, right? Where two people will come up with basically the same concept for relativity at around the same time. One will get credit for it. But turns out music really isn't one of those. People don't ever accidentally copy something else. Pretty much never. It's not my experience anyway. Like, one way you can know if you've copied something else is that YouTube's content ID will tag it as violating the copyright of this other song that has that melody.
You know who's in a legal battle right now because of, like, copyright and copying is Miley Cyrus. Her song Flowers uses a lot of references to a Bruno Mars song. Like, when I first heard the song Flowers, I was like, oh my god, this is so much like Bruno Mars's song. But no one said anything, and then, yeah, like, Bruno Mars's team.
Or that song, I'm a Rebel Just for Kicks, Man. You know, it totally, when I first heard it, I was like, I can't believe how much they're ripping off Wait a Minute, Mr. Postman.
Yeah.
But you know, there are people who make things that sound kind of similar to other things, more or less, depending. The other thing I would say about objectivity, J.K. Dobbins, is just because I'm asserting that there are some, say, songs that are objectively better than others. It does not mean that I'm claiming that I can win the argument. In other words, if we're measuring the physical dimensions of something, and I say objectively it's 12 and a half inches long, then you measure it and it also shows 12 and a half inches long, and you go, well, I don't care, I still say it's 11 inches long. Um, well, then one of us is objectively correct, but also one of us can convincingly win the argument if the dispute is adjudicated by a third party nearly 100% of the time.
I'm losing my edge.
Mm-hmm. So that's the difference between aesthetics arguments or objectivity and an objectivity about which we have a universal measuring stick, right? And accordingly, I mean, the reason I like to say that also is because I like to kind of get people thinking about the terms objective and subjective. A lot of people use the term objective to just mean correct or true, which it does not mean that at all. Yo, do you like to edge? I don't. Not not something I do on the regular. All ideas have been done. Nothing is original. I'm a crotch stain. Manny John. Excellent work. That's very original of you.
It is.
Thugnificent just disproved you, Manny John, by being so original in his dissing of you.
Because some might say it's artful.
Yeah, very artful diss. You might need some unoriginal aloe for that burn. Where is my vape? With my...
Charging?
No. Did I leave it in the bedroom when I... Oh, was it in my under pockets? My under pockets.
Oh.
Sure, J.K. Dobbins. Thank you for being so reasonable about things. Normally, I'm like pulling my hair out just to have somebody listen to what I'm actually saying and evaluate it on its merits. So thank you for that. I seem to have lost my vape. This is a big problem in the world right now. Everybody panic. Eric's lost his vape. Oh my God. That's one thing I cannot lose.
Oh, the black one?
Yeah.
It's right there.
Thank you, darling.
You're welcome.
Everybody can stop panicking now. Rachel saved the day. Good job day saving, Rachel.
Oh, of course. I'm happy to help.
What do you do when you're done with your vapes? I can't tell you because it's a big secret of mine. I just throw them away. I've never drove a jet ski. Never driven a jet ski. My phallic fixation. Phallic fixation. Whatever will you do?
I went on a jet ski once.
Did you?
Yes, I did. My friends were encouraging me to drive it because it's easier, but I was like too afraid. Like I was just like, I don't know how to like do this thing. Like I don't know if I can keep up. So I rode on the back of my friend Jessica's jet ski, and she was going like 70 miles an hour. Like, seriously, like 70. I was like basically flying off. Like, I was death gripping her, and we like stopped at this like shoreline cafe, and like my friends were like, your face is white. I'm like, yeah, I don't think I can eat right now.
Huh.
Well, I'm a big chicken, you know.
Yeah,
Like,
well, people need to respect your comfort level, you know. And if you're not comfortable, they need to respect that.
I felt bad because it was like that's like something that I had planned for me to do with them. Like they were like so excited about these jet skis, and I was like, oh, I'm not. Like, I don't want to be like.
Manny John is says shit. Yeah, don't I don't know how much time you want to spend responding to him. Uh, Sean,
I'm glad you liked it, Padawan Range Bender.
don't throw them away. They are not disposable. What do you mean? You can recharge them, but eventually they run out of juice. Then what are you supposed to do? You throw them away.
Do you care about the earth, Jonathan Earl? That's so sweet.
I do care about the earth, but I had never heard that there was anything bad about throwing these away. I mean, what are you going to do other than throw them away once they run out of juice? They're not of any use. I don't think Manu John is from the UK. Is he? Maybe, but
Where are you from, Manu John, if you don't mind us asking? My asking.
I think it's bumpy. Why I say it's bumpy.
I like that. Bumpy. Bumpy earth. Anything that has a battery is not disposable. Personally, I pull the batteries out and turn things into rechargeable. Recently, I've made vapes refillable.
Well, what the hell are you supposed to do with it if not throw it away? Hmm? Has anybody here been to a Diddy party? Anyone? Anyone want to fess up to going to a Diddy party? Nobody? I've never been to a Diddy party myself. Rachel?
No way.
Glad to hear it. You stuff them in a plastic bag and be proud at the end of the year when you have a heavy duty trash bag full of them. And the entire world knows about Diddy now. It's true. I'm tired of hearing about Diddy, says Sean.
I'm not.
I don't blame you for being tired of it if you're tired of it because it's so dark.
Yeah, it is.
But
very
as
dark,
far
but
as
I want that list of names.
yeah, I want that list of names. If you're avoiding hearing stuff that's gonna hurt your heart and be disturbing, that's a smart choice. Yeah, I totally get that.
Yeah, there's times where I can't. I can only watch it really when I'm watching it with you. I can't really watch it on my own.
Yeah, I try to watch the most like dry things about it, right? If it's too if it's too much the like a personal story from a victim or something, I just can't. I can't. It's just too horrifying. Um, you're tired of Drake versus Kendrick BS, huh?
I'm like not really, cause like I feel like Drake's been under the radar. No, like I feel like he hasn't been out and about, right?
The last thing he did was bet and lose on the Canadians women's soccer team. Is kind of like a way to I guess get the support of Canadians. I don't know.
Hmm.
But he's been kind of down. He probably, unless he's involved in the Diddy stuff, Drake's probably the happiest guy in the world to
And
have.
all that heat is off of him.
Yeah, to have Diddy be the one who's getting all the heat.
But Kendrick probably will keep on talking about it because he knows.
If you save all the empty vapes, you'll come and get them. Okay, well, I've only gone through like maybe two of them so far anyway, so I've only thrown two of them away. I've purchased I think five total since I quit smoking cigarettes. Two of the gray ones I have over here, and this black one. Two other black ones I've thrown away. But Diamond, it sounds like they're going down. There's a civil lawsuit where this Busby lawyer is determined to root out anybody and everybody with any kind of depth to their pockets to include in the civil lawsuit. And to the extent that criminal actions are articulated in those civil lawsuits, that's likely to instigate prosecutions in the districts where those crimes occurred, provided they're still within the statute of limitations. So we're just at the very top of the mountain here. We've got a whole mountain yet to roll down.
I'm confused, Diamond. What do you mean Diddy was put under fire for whatever reason? They don't want him anymore, but there still are many of his kind. There definitely are. This is the beginning of things, you know? But I don't know. Hey, Simple Girl.
Hi, Simple Girl.
I don't know. Yeah, I want them to get them all down too.
Well, I think what Diamond's saying is that the reason this has been able to persist for such a long time is because there are very rich and powerful people
Yeah.
who are involved in it.
People.
Yeah, that one ended with nobody else going to jail. That's not going to be the same thing here. It's not, because Epstein was a lot smarter than Diddy. Epstein didn't leave a mountain of evidence incriminating a bunch of other people. So by killing Epstein, they successfully prevented all this shit from getting out. That's not going to work with Diddy. There's too many people and too many victims involved, and they went about it in too dumb of a way, etc. No, I mean, I don't think they threw him under the bus. I think that the feds have been looking at him for a while now, and as soon as Cassie filed that lawsuit, they had a key witness enough of a key witness to turn on Diddy that they knew they could get him, and so they filed the indictment. You know, they indicted him.
I mean, even like Diddy had these like really high profile, can solve any kind of case lawyers, and once they started raiding his house for evidence, the lawyers were like, we're no longer working for Diddy. Like, we do not. No. Just no. I think that says a lot.
Oh, I agree with you, Diamond, and we'll see how this plays out over the coming weeks and months. The Busby Law Firm has promised we will be shocked by the list of high-profile names that he's going to reveal.
Yeah, the lawyers.
And I've even heard a timetable where he said he'd like to get one filed within a week or something, but within 30 days. That's what he said in the interview. He'll have the first lawsuit filed within 30 days. So, and after that press conference, he received 12,000 calls. Now, some of those are from witnesses, some from victims, some of them are just bullshit calls, like crank calls or whatever. It's a lot to sift through. But before he even had that press conference, they'd gone through 3,000 calls of prospective victims. So don't you live having your very own spelling police? I don't know what that means. Oh, I see. Yeah. You know, Thugnificent, I didn't even catch that misspelling. I should have, but I didn't. Uh,
Thank you, Bubbles.
yeah, he's a terrible. It's hard to believe that it went on for as long as it
I
did.
know, it's crazy.
And that just suggests that, no, I never read that. Thugnificent. Um, that, I think it's fair to say that the only reason that happened is because there are plenty of rich and powerful people with sufficient influence, money, and will to compel in one way or another people like cops, judges, coroners, whomever they needed to, jurors, to get away with shit. The boys got their whole plot from him. Hi, Padawan. That's your other name? Okay. Mehoff. Last name Mehoff. Why did Diddy come back to space trial? He had a several month long head start on the indictment, and I think this is a controlled fallout. Well, the reason I think he didn't leave the country, if that's what you're asking, is number one, I think the feds had him on a don't leave the country list for quite some time before they had the indictment. Maybe even before they did the raids on his house. And number two, I think he became super. He's like super overconfident. Yeah, the feds took his passport. I don't doubt J.K. Dobbins that Epstein's list would have been spectacular, but they
Yeah.
don't need Diddy to put together this list. This is all falling apart at the seams. A-listers, B-listers, everybody who's rich but not famous as well, who's in on this, they're all going down.
Yeah, like I'm even like questioning, neighbors, who like are they going to be involved in these cases? Cuz
Like Diddy's neighbors?
yeah.
I don't know. Who's Diddy's neighbor?
I don't know, like I'm not sure. That's what I mean like by like A-listers, C-listers and like everyone is going to be involved. Like all ranges of celebrity.
Yeah. And the thing is, I think most importantly, what I think is that Diddy believed he'd be out on bail and then he could stretch this out forever. No, I agree that he should have left the country already. He obviously was overconfident, or he would have made a run for it, even if he had to go on boat. Like Steve Harvey left the country. I think we're going to see more people leaving the country. I agree they should all be punished. I like that lawyer from the Busby law firm who says everybody who was complicit in this will be targeted by these lawsuits.
That's good.
So
That's good.
there's a very powerful financial incentive to target everybody who's rich. I mean, people speculate, right? We don't know for sure why Steve Harvey left the country, but it seems there certainly are plenty of rumors floating around suggesting that he's in Diddy's inner circle.
Mm-hmm. And Pink also erased hers. They're saying it's not. She does that sometimes. She'll erase hers. But Megan Fox, I mean, she erased all her Instagram and her Twitter.
Kevin Hart, maybe Cedric the
Oh my God,
Entertainer.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Kevin Hart, obviously. Ellen, obviously. Jay-Z, obviously.
Yeah, Jay-Z's a serious culprit in all this. Leonardo DiCaprio, maybe.
Yeah, Leo. I
This
think
is
more than maybe.
just to stress, these are allegations and we are speculating.
Yes.
We don't have any evidence
Allegations,
either way. We don't know for sure. We're
but
just speculating. It
these
might
are-
be reckless to speculate about somebody who is probably innocent, but it's not. I don't think so reckless to speculate about people who clearly had close relationships with Diddy. Now, Cedric the Entertainer, I know he was on tour with two other guys of this Kings of Comedy tour, and one of them was Steve Harvey. And I don't know who the other one was, the third one was, but
Oh.
bald guy from Price is Right? Steve Harvey? No, not Price is Right. Family Feud.
The one who writes books about how a woman should entice a man.
Who writes books about that?
Steve Harvey.
Oh. Yeah, so according to Cat Williams, at least Steve Harvey, and maybe who knows whom else in this, are close to Diddy, and that there was a certain kind of to get ahead in certain areas of show business, you needed to go through some of these evil people. Simple Girl, I've heard that suggested before as well.
So they said shocking. That would be absolutely shocking.
That would be shocking. What about Bill Clinton?
Yeah, what about Bill Clinton? He has a bad reputation.
Yeah, Jay-Z and Beyonce are going to go down for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Beyonce, to some extent, might be somewhat of a victim, but
she could be in compliance, right? Like,
I mean, she could be complicit in it.
Complicit, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Chrissy Teigen and probably John Legend because they do everything together.
Yeah. Mary J. Blige.
Yeah, Mary J. Blige.
Bill Clinton was an obvious Epstein affiliate, so was Bill Gates. I think you're probably not wrong about that. We don't know for sure, but I think you're probably on the right track.
Just that article that we read today about that guy, that manager guy, I'm like, oh. And then
right, yeah, that was horrible. Obviously, Ashton Kutcher.
Yeah, obviously Ashton Kutcher.
Maybe Mila Kunis, who apparently are like kind of insufferable prima donnas in actual life, although they don't come across. I'd never gotten that impression about them from their PR teams. I didn't know how much work celebrities did in terms of PR. They've currently got huge teams of people trying to manage narratives in every way they possibly can. Well, I hope they all go down. It's like, and I feel like such an idiot too, because prior to all this stuff opening up here, I kind of just figured people who talked about this kind of like secret society, evil ritual stuff were just anti-globalists who would believe anything, who believe any conspiracy no matter how wild, and who were just trying to demonize these people they don't like because they're trying to create a group of evil elites to make into a boogeyman. I'm beginning to think I was wrong the whole time about that. Like maybe there really are a bunch of evil elites and who are doing this kind of depraved shit.
Yeah.
I feel sad for Justin Bieber. No wonder he was mentally struggling. I think a lot of people feel bad for Justin Bieber. And, but I hear Usher's name dropped more in the context of perpetrator than a victim, even though he too was introduced into this at a young age.
Yeah.
So I think the issue is Diddy got very sloppy, you know, and also he was filming people who didn't know they were being filmed, including the rich and famous. Those rich and famous people should have realized they were being filmed, or there was a decent chance they were going to be filmed, but for whatever reason they didn't. He's got There's a shit ton of video evidence out there of people engaging in this horrible stuff, and plenty of it's going to reveal faces that can be identified either as rich people no one's heard of or as famous people you can recognize them by their face or whatever. It's pretty much impossible to put this clusterfuck back into the bag. It's not going. The genie's not going back into the bottle here. This is going to have ripples that go in all directions for a long time. Like this kind of stuff just won't. People won't be able to get away with it anymore. Epstein went down. Granted, the rich and powerful saw to it that he didn't survive to name names. But with Diddy, the problem's not so easily solved. He was just too sloppy, and there's too much shit floating around, and too many victims, and he did it in too often. Well, I think that's a possible thing, a possible way that's going to play out. J.K. Dobbins asks this: do you think a few celebs should just come out and get in front of this? I didn't know this was being filmed. I was drugged, my bad. I think you can get in front of this provided you appear in just one video. Right? If you you might be able to make that argument if you appear in just one video, depending on what you're saying and what you're doing. Depending on whether you're catching or pitching, probably too.
Like, even if the freak offs were like at a certain time in a certain area, like we saw a video of this guy who was in the industry, an actor of some sort, and he brought his girlfriend to one of Diddy's
his girlfriend.
Yeah, his girlfriend, to one of Diddy's parties. She was brought into a room. She came out with pasties on and like boy shorts.
Right. So it's icky. It's no good. Yeah. It's all horrible.
Yeah. So that guy, that dude knew like shit was going down. Like things are not right in this area, and I don't think he ever went to a Diddy party after that.
Who are you talking about? Oh, that guy.
That guy.
Yeah. So the thing is, if you think about it, Weinstein went down. A bunch of people in Hollywood are no longer really working because of their history of bad behavior. Danny Masterson went down.
Yeah. I think his brother will go down.
The Me Too movement took down a lot of people, really. Then Epstein went down, and now Diddy's going down, and he's going to pull down the whole 9 yards. He's going to pull it all down because that kind of stuff really just isn't tolerated anymore. And I don't think that it was celebrity worship that caused this. I think it was a variety of tactics implemented by a criminal conspiracy to perpetrate these crimes and hide them for years, including things ranging from intimidation to murder to blackmail to bribery, extortion, a bunch of different ways that a bunch of different techniques they used. to do this. One of them might have been, people are flattered to get invited to a famous person's party, so they're willing to go with less backup, and maybe they trust that person a little more. But I would hardly call that worship. Some people do, maybe, but I think it's unfair to the idea of celebrity and people who are interested in them to say that they were worshiping them. Yeah, arson, yeah. All these things are allegations, obviously. They go along willingly to a party. They don't go along willingly to being drugged and raped.
You gotta see pictures of Doja Cat's 27th birthday party. The Eyes Wide Shut themed birthday party. Like, Jay-Z was there, Beyonce was there, like, and they're all like dressed in like black cloaks and like lingerie. Like, what kind of party is that?
I don't know. It's not just going to get bad for Diddy. It's going to get bad for anybody who's rich or famous or powerful who shows up in those videos, because why? The Busby Law Firm is going to make a killing off of this. They want to sue every rich person they can possibly connect to this. Anybody with deep pockets who they could possibly connect to this. And I also think that's good. So remember, every single victim plus their lawyers all are financially incentivized to do exactly what we all want to see happen. I mean, you're ignoring what I've been saying. It doesn't matter. The feds don't need any corroboration from him, even if he doesn't say a word to them. Well, I mean, look, there are always going to be some people who have a lot more visibility to the public than others. Some, like, for example, I don't know what you're up to, J.K. Dobbins, but let's say you just watch YouTube, you don't make YouTube, and you just have a regular job of some sort. Well, in that sense, I'm going to be more famous than you because I like to make a lot of media, and I've made YouTube videos for like 10 years, and I live stream a lot, and so even though I'm by no stretch of the imagination a celebrity, people are going to recognize me occasionally. Yeah. Maybe. Like Rachel and I got recognized at the supermarket one time. Mm-hmm. And if I saw like Moist Critical at the store, I'd be like, oh my God, are you Charles? Is that you? It's not because I worship him. It's because I think how cool
Yeah, like when I went up to that Daily News reporter Jessica Williams, like I just watched a movie of hers, and like I had to go over and tell her like that I enjoyed her work, and yeah, I just had to.
Well, the thing is, first let me address Cosby, who says innocent till proven guilty. That's true for a court of law, and if I were in a jury, I would do the job I was tasked to do in accordance with the principles by which it should be adhered to. This is not the case in the court of public opinion. In my mind, Diddy is absolutely guilty, 100%. That's in the court of public opinion, and in my opinion. You don't have that many people come forward and say you sexually assaulted them and have them all be lying. I don't need to see him do it to know, for my own purposes, again, not as a juror in the trial, but for my own purposes, that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I didn't see the video, and if I had the opportunity to, I wouldn't watch it. I suspect in most of those instances, it's probably criminal to be in possession of that video because, I mean, Cosby, he's being accused of all kinds of different things. You saw him beat Cassie, right? Do you believe he's guilty of that? That's a fine standard to have as a juror, Cosby. Um, yeah, but you speaking out of turn. Okay, you're just a troll. Um, so the thing is, we all should have, we all should have a very strict standard of beyond a reasonable doubt if we were a juror in the trial, and try to exclude from our conclusions any preconceptions, right? But do you have to see your dad into your mom to know you're born and kicking? I'd prefer it, yes. Well, that's fair. If that's your standard of proof, you are overly reliant on visual data to determine the status of something. I'm sorry. I can only be convinced by visual data. If I don't see it, it didn't happen. Mid. You mean the highlights of your birth? Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, the highlights are mid. Okay, well, a little gory for a lot of people's tastes, I assume. Oh, you mean the highlights of your mom and dad's conception night? That's different. I would not want to watch the highlights of that. What do you think about my highlights? I had highlights put into my hair. What do you guys think? On the sheets, on the ceiling, on the windows, everywhere. Yeah, I think he might be fibbing too. Acacia. I don't think anybody watches the highlights of their own conception. It'd be interesting. Guess what, Johnny? Mother and I saved for you and waited until your 18th birthday to show you the highlights, actually, the entirety of your conception. Something important before Sean started gabbing. Thanks, Cosbeast. Thanks for being such a friendly guy.
So this is like minor news, but I told you like Taylor Swift had a list of things that she wanted Travis Kelce to change before or like during their relationship.
Yes.
She went to the VMAs and her date was Post Malone. And they're like walking down the hallway. He's behind her. She turns around to him and she's like, stand up straight with your shoulders back. You'll look more confident. I'm like, why you gotta be so bossy?
Maybe she's a bit of a prima donna too.
She might be.
I think people would be shocked to find Taylor Swift on this video.
No, that would be like, I don't know if the world would survive.
Everybody would shit themselves.
They'd be like throwing things and
The only reason you're here is because your mama forgot to wipe down the communal frat house she frequented. Wow, Cosbeast. That is quite a. Oh, I see. Frat house toilet seat. You know what? I think frat house without the toilet seat works too. Toilet seat maybe elicits a more vivid visual. Um, I wonder how my mom got. Oh, that's right. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and my mom had an affair.
Oh, that's where you get your height.
That's why I wasn't really. I didn't look that much like my dad. I wasn't very much like him personality wise. I believe it's because my secret love father is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He may have been Lou Alcindor at the time.
Your mom used to tell me when we would sit together, um, she would be like, "He's so much like him," like talking about you, about your
Me and my
dad.
dad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, she thought we were alike because we were both stubborn.
Mm.
And I ran. Who are you? Who are people running away from? Calm down, Chode Waffle. Chode Waffle. Not bad. I like Chode Waffle. That seems like a fine enough insult. I think Chode Waffle falls in the category of like ass wipe, dick breath. Um, but it's a little harsher than say butt munch. It seems like the sort of thing that brothers and sisters might call each other. So, maybe I should go have a lawsuit against Kareem Abdul Jabbar and force him to take a paternity test. And if he fails it, force him to support me. Hmm, I see. Ah, I see. Urban Dictionary says chode waffles is when it's so cold outside that you're chode waffles. Hmm. But does anybody really self identify as having a chode? No, not Wilt Chamberlain, no. Lou Alcindor. Like, if I had a cool name like either Lou Alcindor or Cassius Clay, there's no way I'd change my name.
Cassius Clay is such a bomb name.
It's so bomb. It's like, has there ever been a bomber name? I don't even know. Cassius Clay, wow. How fantastic. I never heard of chode waffle before either. It's been around since 2006. Have you ever heard the expression chode waffle before?
No.
Mm. Today I learned as well. Cosbeast, how intelligent is your sperm, right? You've been pounding the gnaws. Now you're just being gross, says Simple Girl. I agree. Don't be too gross, Cosbeast. You're going to get timed out for grossness. Means I don't want to hear any conversation about afterbirth. I don't want to hear anything about your grundle. None of it.
No dingleberries either.
No dingleberries. None of it. Okay. Cosbeast, you're getting put on timeout for unwanted sexualization of Simple Girl. Right. If you have comfort bloods, then what was that sentence of yours, Acacia? Comfort bloods is definitely the way to lean. Well, it's Pete Best. That's different than Cosby Beast. Come to plow Sean's. Okay. Fair enough. Fairly said, I suppose. Yes, it's definitely the smarter way to lean. Hmm. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, the question is, would you rather have cum for bloods or bloods for cum? And to me, it seems cum for blood is better than blood for cum. Presumably, if you had cum for blood, it would carry oxygen and everything like regular blood does. But I agree with Acacia. Cum for bloods is definitely the way to lean. The smarter way to lean. Well, that reminds me of the classic Dave Matthews Band lyrics. You crash into me, and I'll come into you.
Oh.
Horrible. Unspeakably bad. The cringiness of the Dave Matthews Band. Why are they not subjected to endless amounts of hate comments?
I know.
Explaining to them how terrible they are. Pete Best, too soon. Okay? Too soon. You're going on timeout.
Oh my gosh. So, you know how I told you I got an email from the Dave Matthews Band?
Yeah.
Just opened it, and it says, last chance, get 3 times entries to witness DMB's Hall of Fame induction ceremony.
Wow.
I know.
Hall of Fame of shit.
That means that people voted for them to be in.
Bye, Ruben. Are you going to visit Acacia or are you leaving Acacia? Meow meow. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow meow.
Oh, and also if you win, you also get a guitar with Dave's artwork on it.
Unbelievable. Just what I want. POTUS is the president of the United States. So are you Biden right now? Leafing. Oh, you're going back to Texas. I see. A jet plane? Yeah, she's going on a jet plane. Okay, that's how one flies to Texas. It's too far to walk. All right, you leave your way back to Texas. POTUS says it's a normal account. Chill. What's the difference between a normal account and an abnormal account? I'm not sure either. Oh, normal amount. A normal amount of what?
Yeah, safe travels, Ruben.
Will you stop being so insulting, POTUS?
Yeah, what's up?
Just chill out. I'm going to remove this comment and give you a chance.
Yeah, Diamond is chill.
Like, just being like abusively unpleasant is not interesting.
It's not art.
It is, maybe, but it's bad art if it is, right?
Okay, yeah, it is art, maybe, but it's bad art.
No one knows what they need to hear. Hmm. I mean, I think you might know what you need to hear. It's possible. Well, we may be heads to meta, but that's not why I don't appreciate the just for unbridled unpleasantness. You gotta walk lines a little more carefully than that. Otherwise, you just like a dumb kid. I'm not any wing, POTUS. I'm not a liberal, I'm not a conservative, I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I'm a correctist. So no good humor is political humor. It's not possible to make good political humor because it's too topical, you know. You want jokes that are funny because of what they are, um, not because you agree politically with something. Anyhow, also I've already explained to you the problem with what you're doing. The problem with what you're doing is not a lack of humor or whatever.
That's cool, Rubenar. That's so funny.
Maybe you should just put the speakers on.
I'm not gonna be voting G.
I don't plan on vote either. Hi there. Hi Russia. What's your name again? Is it Vladim? Is it Yuri? I could Google it. I could Google your Cyrillic letters and see what they translate to. Bam, 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 and dan, and dan. Bam, 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 and dan, and dan. Bam, dan, dan, and dan, and dan. No. I'm on a line. The logic of your signals. Then dan 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 dan. It says it.
Нежданчик. Нежданчик. Нежданчик.
Muzbenjik.
Нежданчик.
Muzbenjik. 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 Muzbenjik.
Nizdenchik.
Muzbenjik. Muzbenjik.
Нежданчик.
Mushbenchik.
Muzbenjik.
Нежданчик.
Mushbenchik.
Mushbenjik.
Нежданчик.
Mushbenchik.
Mushbenchik.
Нежданчик.
So that's how you say your name, Muzbenchik. I'm gonna call you Muzbenchik from now on.
You want us to sing a Beck song, Acacia?
That's a good song, huh? I don't know how to play that song on the guitar. You should learn "Record Player" by Daisy the Great. I've never even heard of that song before. Muzbenchik. Muzbenchik. And bam, 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 it down. But then it did my chaperone. At the halfway home. And then it bam, and I'm not afraid to cry. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. It's a good song. I just added it to Happy Tracks recently.
I didn't know that was his song until you played it. Like, I've heard that song in so many movies and been like, oh, that's such a good song. But, like, never knew that it was a Beck song.
Mm. You like that whole album, huh? I like Mutations a lot. That's a really good album. And I like Odelay a lot. Goodbye. Goodbye, Wero.
I didn't really buy any of his albums. I would download singles that would be out uh, on LimeWire. I should have bought his CDs though. I don't know why. Or did I buy one of his CDs? No, I didn't.
I'm not a gringo either. I'm I'm Asian, I'm black, I'm Mexican, I'm everything. Not at the same time though. Whatever I am, it's always purebred. I might be in between things, but that's different.
I was really happy when Beck got a Grammy for like the first time. He got it for the wrong album, and I think like they kind of knew that. Like the album was good, but it wasn't like rockin'. It was more laid back music. It wasn't like Sea Change. It was more just like solo guitar stuff. It was good. It resonated with me at the time that it came out. It came out like 10 years ago. And I was like, finally, he got a Grammy. I was complaining to my parents. So it was like, he should have gotten a Grammy way long ago.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But yeah, they gave it to him finally, but not for the album that it should have been.
So I watched a video about Justin Timberlake that's not very flattering about Justin Timberlake.
He's a scumbag.
That's kind of what I'm beginning to think as well. And
Serial cheater too.
also another bad guy, Brad Pitt.
Ooh, tell me.
Well, apparently he used to be a drunk who would get violent with his family members, including his kids,
Including his kids?
when he was drunk. For example, they chartered a plane back from France to the U.S. He got drunk, got in a big altercation with his family members, including getting physical, and then basically passed out. And then when he woke up, when they landed, she woke him up from a drunken stupor, basically, and told him, "We're going to a hotel," and then he prevented them from getting off the plane for like 20 minutes.
Wow. He's definitely stalling things on this divorce thing too, because they're still not divorced.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I heard he's sobered up, but that since he's sobered up, several of his kids, including the one who was always a bit of a daddy's girl,
Yeah.
have said, "I don't want anything to do with
They
him anymore."
changed.
They also dropped Pitt from their name.
Mm-hmm.
They like all of his kids identify just as Jolie now.
Yeah.
So even if he has sobered up successfully, it doesn't seem like he's changed his ways very much. I saw like this really negative post by one of his kids about him on Father's Day.
Oh.
So
Well, like Angelina was such a drug addict that like she said that he couldn't smoke weed anymore. So he started drinking more. That's not an excuse. I'm not
I mean, it is
excusing
bad to tell people things like that.
What?
You can't
Yeah.
smoke weed anymore.
Yeah, like what the hell? Like, because she said it was like a trigger for her. So he like dove into drinking. That's really bad.
Yeah.
And apparently, Jennifer Aniston was like, by the time that like they were divorced or whatever. She was kind of like, take him, like you'll see what he is like to live with. I don't think he ever got physical with Jen, but he probably had a hot temper.
Mm. You know, yeah, we are talking about Brad Pitt. Look, I'm not putting a super amount of faith in any stories on the internet about anybody, and like, but I'm just thinking, I'm just saying, it doesn't seem like he's done a good job of winning over even his own family members.
It's bad.
He had to have supervised visitation with his kids. So anyway, it is what it is.
Bad.
I get that people who have a drinking problem also have a self control problem.
That's so just like such an excuse, though. Like
Yeah, I don't. To me, it doesn't excuse them of any rights violating behavior. So
yeah,
that's
like
just
still
all there is to it.
dirtbag. Wow. I still don't like her. There's something I don't trust about her.
Yeah, I don't really like her either. But I didn't know that about Brad Pitt.
No, neither did I.
That he went through having apparently he had quite the drinking problem for quite a while anyway.
They made a movie together, Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie, and it was like written by her and basically based on their like last years together. And in the movie, he's portrayed as a drunk, and I was like, oh shit.
It's not just his ex-wife. It's like, I think I don't know if they filed a police report. I mean,
No,
I think
they didn't.
I think we have adequate reason to believe that um, that he alienated his family
Yes.
because it's not just his ex-wife; it's all of his kids.
Yeah.
And it's not like she kept them away from him either. You think Angelina Jolie sold herself to the devil? Maybe, but that doesn't change the fact that I believe Brad Pitt's kids
Yeah.
when they say he's a complete asshole.
Yeah. Yep.
So
I think he should just stick to smoking weed.
yeah, probably.
Like give up alcohol for God's sakes. Like just give it up. I think he is sober now. But don't give up weed. If you like smoking weed, then I don't know.
I'm not assuming the worst about anybody. In fact, if anything, I have the opposite kind of assumption. I assume that everybody's good unless
Yes,
unless
yeah.
they have good reason to believe otherwise. Although sometimes I'll get a bad feeling off of somebody, like like I never I always thought Meghan Markle was terrible,
Yeah.
even though I don't have any particularly good reason for that. My instincts say she was terrible, and I think that's been proven since.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Hey, Amber Heard.
Amber Heard. There are a couple of others, but by and large, I'm more often than not surprised when I discover one of these people was involved in any kind of crazy shit because their PR team successfully convinced me that they were something other than they were.
Who surprised you the most so far?
Well, I mean, like, I guess I should have been surprised back when the Danny Masterson thing happened, but I just figured Well, I mean, I did start looking into him, but like Mila Kunis surprises
Yeah,
me a
yeah,
lot.
that surprised me.
I didn't know that she had kind of a bad reputation. Um, and I didn't know. I had no idea Steve Harvey. Always thought Kevin Hart was terrible and unfunny, but I didn't know he was involved in shit like
No,
this.
me neither. Steve Harvey just always rubbed me the wrong way. And then when I recently saw that he and heard some excerpts from his book about how to like treat a man, like I was just like, shut the fuck up, Steve Harvey. Who are you? Who are you to be talking to women like about advice on how to like keep a man? Like, God, so self-centered. He's like, you gotta give him the cookie. Like, Steve Harvey, just if you're gonna talk about sex, call it sex, not cookie.
Just don't even talk about it, Steve Harvey.
Yeah,
Um,
you really shouldn't know.
yeah, well, he's off out of the country, but I had no idea anything about him being rumored to have any close ties with Diddy or anything.
Not, I wouldn't have thought with Diddy. No.
I never liked Steve Harvey, but I didn't get a bad feeling off of him or something. He didn't seem sus to me. Uh, I'm not as good at identifying sus guys, I don't think. I mean, maybe depending on how they're sus. Like, obviously, anybody who's trying to run some kind of scam or be some kind of guru, I'll be able to see that right away. But like a successful rich guy, sometimes I can maybe get a sense like that guy looks like a dick, but not, usually I can't really tell.
No, because you didn't mind Justin Timberlake for a while.
Yeah, I didn't know he was. I believed the story. Everybody did, right?
I didn't.
You
I.
didn't believe that she had cheated on him and he didn't cheat on
Oh
her.
yeah, oh yeah. I totally believe that. I totally did. I bought it. Line,
Hook,
hook, and
line,
sink.
yeah, hook,
Yeah.
line, and sinker. Me too. J.K. Dobbins says, I listen to a lot of comedian podcasts. Many of them have said Steve Harvey is the type of comedian who undercuts people, discourages and hates younger comedians, steals jokes, etc. George Lopez, terrible comedian. I don't know if he has anything to do with any of this Diddy stuff,
I
but
don't
he
know.
is a
Maybe.
terrible comedian. I mean, there's no reason to think he does. I've not heard a single thing about him, but he does link to Steve Harvey in that they're equivalently horrible
They
comedians.
really are.
He's not even good at stealing jokes. You know what, Simple Girl? Have you watched that channel? This channel called A Chick Called Albert.
Oh
A chick named
yeah.
Albert. Let me pull it up, put a link to it. This channel, I am so enamored of this channel. Unfortunately, I've watched almost all of the videos already. But it makes me want to save baby animals. Makes me want to save a baby bird. So what this guy does is if say a bird's nest falls out of a tree, then he'll go and save the eggs, put it in an incubator and try to get it to live. Who's DL? He was bombing.
DL Hughley.
Say again?
Hughley.
DL Hughley? I've never heard of that guy before.
He's, I think, a comedian.
DL Hughley. I don't know who that guy is. So, you know, the point is, we will eventually find out. And anybody who's getting bantered around right now as a speculative link, well, they'll be exonerated if they deserve to be, and it's not gonna cause any big harms. It's reasonable to speculate about any number of people in Hollywood because so many A-listers, B-listers, and more attended those parties, at least back in the day, at least like the white parties, quote unquote. Norm Macdonald died. That was sad. He was good. I mean, he was sometimes good. I just think he was best when he was least affected, when he least used the affectation of delivery that he used. I don't like either of those comedians, Diamond. George Carlin, he may have had a couple of good comedy routines, but he did like anger comedy, you know? He did a lot of like anger comedy. Norm did some hilarious things. He has some hilarious bits, but I think it's fair to critique him just by saying there were at least stretches of his career where he tried to rely on a delivery mechanism of storytelling that just doesn't really age very well, and he would have been better off to move a little quicker sometimes. His timing wasn't always the best. Carlin had a moment, right? He had a moment where he was funny, and that's how it usually is for comedians, it seems like. He had a year or two in the 70s when he wrote his best jokes, the ones that people know and have heard of before. But he wasn't that good of a writer. Like Stephen Wright is a good joke writer. There are other people who are good joke writers. Mitch Hedberg was a good joke writer, and he too is. It would have been better off if he hadn't gone with the delivery affectation that he went with.
You know what I am a little bit happy about?
What's that?
That like Joss Whedon is turned out to be like an asshole.
He has. It's
because for so long I was around people who like I'm so graphic with what I want to say.
Say it.
That like wanted to like basically like suck his dick, and I was just like, really? Like him? I mean,
Who?
like,
Who are you talking about?
you know, Josh.
Oh, Joss Whedon.
Yeah, Joss Whedon. Yeah, because he wrote Buffy and what Firefly too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And did a couple other things, a couple movies and stuff.
Yeah. So like, but I was like, he was like every like nerd's dream, but I was like, I don't know. I was like, not into it. I just wasn't buying it for some reason. I was like, I don't think there's any reason to like worship the guy.
Yeah, I agree. What I found interesting about the Brad Pitt thing as well was that he continued working with Weinstein even though Angelina Jolie had to escape him before once and had told him the story. Like, why would you continue working with your wife's attempted abuser?
Yeah.
That seems weird.
That is weird because he, with Gwyneth Paltrow, like when they were going out, she told Brad Pitt, Gwyneth Paltrow told Brad Pitt that Harvey Weinstein like made a move on her, and he went to Weinstein and like told him off. So polarizing. You really like don't ever meet your I don't know, people from Hollywood.
Yeah, what's up with Jane Roe? Is that her actual name? Jane Roe?
I'm guessing not. She's probably keeping it silent.
That one surprises me a little bit too.
That surprises me as well. That's why the movie It Ends With Us was supposed to be like such a big movie, was because it dealt with like DV and like the director really wanted the audience to be like not why did she stay, but like why did he harm?
Yeah, Sean, there probably are instances of people making false accusations, but I I don't think it's like wildly abused, quote unquote,
I don't think so.
or overused. It's always used appropriately when it's used by victims, actual victims. When it's used by people who aren't victims, well, I don't think they're going to be very successful very often.
No.
Because, like, even in the case of this Dodgers pitcher who, like, left a lot of visible injuries on the woman, it was deemed consensual.
She likes
She liked it rough, and she went and had this experience with him on two separate occasions, and they had text messages exchanged between them with her expressing how much she liked pain and stuff.
oh,
So then after the second one, she decided to sue him. But it was still deemed consensual, and she didn't get anything out of it. He was cleared, like everything was. The thing is, he ended up going to Japan to play because major league teams wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole, but he was actually exonerated in that. In that case.
Oh,
with
yeah,
that woman.
yeah. So just being associated with it.
I mean, it's gonna make most people feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like, why do you want to have sex like that?
Yeah.
Or why are you so turned on by hurting someone?
That's like Army Hammer, who like apparently is a cannibal. I know. Anyway, I wanted to. So, Diamond, did you see the movie It Ends With Us?
I remember clearly a story a friend told me about a bartender warning about a certain woman there who befriended men, had sex with them, and accused them later of sexual assault. Wow.
It's so bad.
She had won multiple cases already? Wow.
Disney didn't even wait for a verdict to drop Johnny Depp. Wow, Jonathan Earl. Wow.
Is he in Mexico now, JK? He's in Mexico? I thought he was in Japan. That's what I'm talking about.
Believe all women should not be a trend. Johnny Depp did abuse. He didn't. Well, he did. He didn't act great towards Amber Heard either. Like they were very toxic together.
But as I think we both know, a toxic significant other will make you into your most toxic form of yourself.
Yeah, and that's why I feel like uh, Brad Pitt fucking just like lost his shit because he was like with in a toxic, like they were toxic together. Like, and I'm not excusing, like that's bad, like really bad. um but yeah, like he did Johnny Depp, like in conversations with people, he had to bring this up in court. He had to show his texts. He, texted a friend uh like he's just venting frustrations, but he said like I could choke her to death or something, like something along those lines. And he like also like inappropriately like just did just didn't do great stuff. Like, trust me, I listened to the case. However, you're right. He was in an abusive relationship, and they were like he was probably trying to save it somehow, but like you become a different person.
Yeah. Look at Corey.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's someone who like I would love to have like in our lives more, because like it's cool having another INFJ around. Like I feel like we can talk music, except about that one rapper that was just totally bad.
He just needs to be like, it's impossible because he's so defensive.
Yeah, and she kind of is too. Remember, like we had that whole conversation. You and her had that whole conversation, and she's like, "Yeah, I know. Like, I know how I act towards him, and I hate him so much, but I love him at the same time." And you're like, "You got to like, you guys have got to like, you got to let him go." You said he,
Yeah,
she,
I
and she
know.
said, "I know,"
Tell them.
but then like 10 minutes later, she's like, "You know what? I'm gonna work even harder at this relationship just because you think that we shouldn't be together." And I was like, "Oh no!" Like she made progress by admitting that she abuses her husband and hates him. But when told that they should that she should let Corey go, she says that she wants to fight for it even more. And he came and visited last year, and it was a roller coaster. Um, I had fun, but I wasn't a part of any of the fighting, so um,
I should have done a better job of not rising to the bait, but it
that
was.
was so shitty. That was such a shitty. Ugh. Like it made me question. I asked him like before he left. I was like, "Is this the way that like you and Liz left off with each other? Because like this is not good. Like starting to fight with Eric right now is not the way that you like want to end this. Not really."
Good night, Sean.
And then because we were like supporting Corey and telling him like you have to leave, you're like being abused.
Yeah, but
Um
neither of them would listen to us. She
and
wouldn't. She wouldn't leave, and he wouldn't leave.
right, and now of course like he's going to go back to his wife and tell him what we've said, and they're going to band together, and that's exclude us from stuff because they're in a toxic bond of a relationship.
Good night, Sean. So it's like I was rather volatile at the end of my relationship with Kimberly, she made me so angry so often. It's crazy. She was so good at making me angry.
Harris was too. But like I wouldn't let it I wouldn't let it get to me because I like the things he was doing was so unreasonable in my mind. I was like I cried though a lot from fear. And
You think fear?
from fear, yeah.
Because he was gonna
Yeah, like
hit you?
I thought that he possibly could. And um I got out of like I got out of that shit. Like I'm sorry. Like I don't mean to.
Well, that's fine. Obviously, I feel, you know, I guess you'd say, like nervous for you in the past.
Well, I really once we broke up, I really wanted to spread the word. Like I really wanted to be like high alert, like bat signal out to like women like do not like fall for this guy because he will love bomb you and then he will want to ruin you.
Yeah. I'm gonna make another pot of coffee.
Okay. Yeah, simple girl. Kimberly did know how to push his buttons, and we all saw it. We saw it all the time on like live streams, on different like videos they would do together. Sometimes like Eric would just be in a video himself and she off to the side would be making comments, and it's like, what are you doing? Everyone saw that relationship. Well, not everyone. I was very surprised with the amount of Kimberly stands.
Half and half.
Yeah, Eric said it was half and half, and it was half and half.
Like half of people said that she was awful, I should leave. Half the people said I was being bad and needed to change how I was behaving or something like that. You know, we're 40-40, and then 20% of the people just didn't comment on it or something.
Yeah.
But contrast that against you, Rachel. How often do people say we're not compatible?
Never. And you want me to come in? Is that what you're signaling?
What?
Were you telling me to go in?
No.
Oh, to talk. Yeah, no, they never say. In the beginning, I think there were people who were looking out for you. So they, I would fight sometimes.
Well, at the beginning we had our problems. But
Well, we were both coming out of unhealthy relationships.
yeah.
We hadn't worked things out. And I wasn't on my medication either, which is really bad. Winston's mom, what songs in particular do you remember hearing the pain in his voice? Thanks, simple girl. Thank you for saying that. I love Eric, and I would never treat him the way that Kimberly treated him. I only want to treat him with love, which I try to do my best. Modernity. Yeah, borderline personality is like It's a real relationship killer. You wonder what ails you? Of course you don't know what ails you because your FI is in the 6th slot and you don't value it. I've been a bit of a bad nut these past few no good sleep. Oh no. Gee, I hope you get some sleep. It's important. So when you went outside in the song to sing about always being wrong in her eyes. Oh man. We had to like go back to her place to pick up some of Eric's stuff, and she was saying to him, I love you. And then as we were packing everything up and about to leave, she goes, Rachel Apolosa, you'll see. And I was just like, why would I listen to you? Yeah, manipulation and gaslighting are common tactics of, well, they're kind of common tactics of borderline and narcissistic. That's why I feel so bad for, like, what's his name? Pete Davidson. Like, he just keeps on, like, he's borderline personality disorder, and he just, like, keeps on, like, fucking up. And I, like, want to like the guy, but it's difficult because he just, like, I don't know. They have to really, really want to change in order for the change to happen, because it's cognitively that they, on a cognitive level, they have to change. It's not just like talk therapy. They have to like actually change their behavior, and that's not easy to do. You have to really want to do, it's like dedication to doing that. You know, we all think about like the habits that we have that aren't great. Like sometimes it takes a while to stop doing a thing that you don't want to be doing anymore. And like part of me thinks that because he's been so open about like having borderline personality disorder, he wants to change, but it just doesn't seem to stick. A 50-ton angler be one fat fisherman laughing my ass off.
That's pronounced Lamau.
Lamau. He's got further than majority of us. I'd say he's had a good run. I mean, if he's had a good run and he like just, you know, stays at home with his mom and, you know, takes care of himself, like that's great.
What are you talking about?
Pete Davidson. Because POTUS said he's got further than the majority of us. I'd say he's had a good run. I just died in your arms tonight. Must have been something you said. Should have walked away. Is borderline part of the dark triad?
No. It's not, but it those people just display those kinds of behaviors toward particularly their significant other, and then secondarily, I think their kids, like people in their family, because they don't trust them, even though they don't have any reason not to trust them.
Yeah.
What is the song "Everybody Knows the Game She Plays" about? It's not about anything really. It's just I wrote that song because somebody had like a songwriting class. I don't know if there was somebody around the channel did, or I don't know how. I don't remember how I came across it, but I decided to look at the first assignment that she had put up, and it was to write a song that conveys in some way or another motion. And that's the song I came up with for it.
Makes sense.
It's a song that's supposed to express motion. The words convey, no, not emotion, just motion.
Motion.
Moving, like motion. But then, like the main lyrics in it, which say "Everybody knows the game she plays," that just it seemed like those words were supposed to go on that melody bit, you know. The melody was there, and it just seemed like those are the words that are supposed to go there.
It did, and it sort of does sound like Kimberly, you know.
Oh, I don't know if that's about Kimberly or not. I don't think it's not expressly. It's not. I imagined it to be about some lady in Las Vegas, I guess. After I made the song anyway, because you have pictures of Las Vegas behind it in the video.
Yeah.
Hi, Chris Chapin. Asia was a supergroup, but they didn't do "Dying in Your Arms Tonight." Cutting Crew song, Guiding It. No, I think it was. I think somebody said it already. Wasn't it Bryan Adams? You're not getting any sound from the stream? Is anybody else having that problem? Is it muted?
I don't think so.
We got some fresh coffee. Oh, I gotta finish making my coffee. Obnoxious Yeet. Works for Obnoxious Yeet. Thanks for the feedback, Obnoxious Yeet. I like the word yeet a lot. Basically means, get this thing away from me. Yeet. I like the word yeet, and I like the word feeny. I also like the word finna. I like finna, yeet, and feeny. I like all of those words. In contrast, I'm not so fond of skibbity.
I'm not either.
I mean, it's among the best words, damn it. I wouldn't call it the very best word in the English language. But yeet is pretty great. Pookie means a fart. Well, then I don't like that term. I like Riz. Riz is a pretty good term, yeah. I like it. It saves 2 full syllables on charisma. And that's one to grow on. 21 Jump Street. They should not have romanticized narcs in a TV show or a movie. But you know, that's Hollywood, I guess. Being all, let's do the business of the authoritarian. My highest score on 2048 is 16,384. What does that mean? I have no idea what that means. It means I have no life. Oh. Okay. You have some life. You're here talking with us. "2048" is a single-player sliding tile puzzle video game written by Italian web developer Gabriele Cerulli and published on GitHub. Huh. Well, I think you should be very proud of yourself. I'm sure that's a very good high score. Technically, I have no idea whether that's a good high score or not, but I'm assuming yes, it's a good high score. Gat. I like the word gat fine. Gat's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Gat, yeet, Riz, Finna. They're all fine. Finna maybe is a little bit less fine.
Mm.
But Feeny, meaning fiendy, I like that word.
Feeny meaning fiendy?
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
As obviously, Feeny is a term that people who misheard fiendy came up with.
Yeah.
Mung. I don't know what mung means. Gunk butter. Don't be gross, okay? Bombaclat. Bombaclat's a pretty good word.
The guy who goes over all the Gen Z, Gen Alpha terms on Wikipedia is the guy who has the glasses and the dreads and the hat.
Which guy? Wait, say again from the start.
So, you know how I told you they put on Wikipedia all the slang terms from Gen Z and Gen Alpha?
Oh yeah.
That guy with the dreads and the hat and the glasses, he did the video about it.
Oh really?
Yeah, he did a really good job.
POTUS, I will try to be as indulgent as I can. All right. Spreading cheeks. Devious licks. What about clapping cheeks? Are you fond of that one as well? I like the words. These are not slang terms, but I like them anyway. Turgid and gravid.
I have a question. So, like, if everyone could be an artist, can everyone be a athlete then? Because, like, I really do believe that not everything is art.
Well, no. What I mean by somebody, the distinction between, say, an artist and a musician is one of them is making original stuff for other people to consume, and the other one is either playing covers or is just a studio musician or something like that, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So on that, by that distinction, that definition, then yes, anybody who puts out even horrible music, but it's original music, qualifies as an artist
Artist.
rather than just a musician. But that doesn't mean they're good artists. I think that's what it boils down to. It's
Okay.
like they're
Because
they've made something that is an attempt to make art. If you want to reserve the term art for things that are genuinely good, then
yeah, I'm a little snobbish, I think.
that's fine. I support you in your snobbery regarding this. I'm snobbish too.
Because like um like
You're feeling like a statistic over here, POTUS? Why? Because your generation, yeah. Round of applause and cheeks. Round of applause and cheekies.
um so like Charlie D'Amelio got famous for doing dances on TikTok, and she was explaining to another YouTuber about how like her first post was she was at like a Dunkin' Donuts and she just finished eating her donut and the bag was there empty and she thought, "Oh, how creative. I'm going to show people my life." So she took a picture of an empty Dunkin' Donuts bag and called it art. Like, no, no.
It's something.
Something.
So Obnoxious Geek says, is it just me or does probability make no sense? Well, probability makes perfectly good sense if you're talking about closed system, independent trials kind of stuff. Like when you're talking about the probability of a certain poker hand, it makes perfectly good sense. Where probability doesn't make really much sense is in terms of like weather forecasts. There's a 10% chance of rain. The truth is, there's either a 100% chance of rain or a 0% chance of rain. It's either going to rain or it's not, right? Uh, and what they really mean when they say 10% chance is maybe in 10% of the forecasts that we've run this simulation on, it rains on this occasion. Maybe they mean that, you know? And in that instance, it would be meaningful to say 10% probability of rain, 10% chance of rain. That's what the probability is. If what you mean by probability is that's the percentage of times it showed up raining in our simulation. Would the drink concession during the intermission sell cans of beans? To what? Oh, I see. To your proposed hypothetical theater. They might. They might so. I think if I if I like were to get a booth at the county fair or the business, that's what I'd sell. I'd sell cans of beans. No, we don't heat them up. No, we don't have any dishes. You just get a can of beans. We'll open it for you, and we'll give you this plastic spoon. That's it. Well, it's the cheapest thing here. You know, it's only $4 for a can of beans. You're not gonna get food anyplace else around here for $4. Might as well just go for it. Your family can eat beans. Mommy, I don't want a can of beans. Now, Veronica, we agreed before we came here we were going to eat the cheapest thing they had for food. And it's a can of beans. So that's what we're eating. The good news is we get 2 cans and the 4 of us will share. I want my own can, Mom. All right, we get 3 cans and the 4 of us will share. Judy, I don't want any of these beans. You 3 can share it. All right, there you go. There you go, kids. Just 3 of us can share 2 cans of beans. You're each gonna get almost a whole can of beans. More like 2/3 of a can of beans. This is a great conversation. that's happening near my booth where I'm selling cans of beans at the county fair. And I'll get a can of beans and I'll take whatever label is on it off and I'll have my own labels put on it that just say beans. Yeah, I know. Beans and rice are a good way to cut costs, and you can even do uh, beans and I don't know, like there's beans and chili. You got your pork and beans. If I make double cheese goodness, that's exactly right as far as cost saving. It's just rice, pork and beans, cheese. Cheese isn't that cheap, but jumping beans do move around.
Shit. What was I gonna say? There was this sentiment that, like, here. Oh. So, like, how they say time heals all wounds?
Uh huh.
Like, I definitely don't resonate with that.
You don't?
Like, I mean, not really. Like, I mean, I was hurt by the criticism that I got at my art classes, and I like really like haven't picked up like any art like since then. So I think I do remain butthurt about some things.
Well, if you read the chat when we were singing, people said you had a beautiful voice.
Oh, I know, it's so nice.
That guy was just, and before that had just been like trolling about whatever,
Yeah, so I look Amish.
And then all of a sudden he's got like, wait a second, this is actually good.
Yeah.
It's nice to that sort of thing happens.
It is.
Well, just goes to show you how much damage a person can do, and just by being careless.
Like, I don't. It's not like stuff like that isn't at the forefront of my mind anymore, like it was back then. But like, my SI is so like sensitive. So childlike that like it's more like forgive. I can forgive, but I can't forget. And I know like a lot of people would be like, just let it go. But
I mean, it depends on there's no reason to let something go unless you feel that you spend enough attention on it, right? Like there are things I'd like to let go because I feel as though I've spent enough attention on them. If something's bothering me, though, I've got to spend a certain amount of attention on it.
Yeah.
Before I can feel as though I could even conceivably let it go. So you kind of maybe have to make that determination about whether or not you have exerted enough energy on it, or etc. Everyone heals differently, says Simple Girl.
Yeah. It's true. Everyone does heal differently.
It's been a weird few years now, a couple years, I guess, now for me. In terms of getting back to where I feel, I guess, like I was more like I was before all of that shit went down. We didn't even start really just at the death. But it probably started like May or June before my dad's death. somewhere around there. From that point up through fairly recently, I guess, it's been, maybe even still now, it's like I don't feel the same as I did before. I don't feel as creatively energized. I don't feel as a lot of times I don't feel very positive, or haven't, about myself. So, and that didn't used to really be my MO. I don't feel that way so much now that I started taking this Wellbutrin.
That's good.
It's quite effective. There's been a dramatic decrease in the amount of negative self-talk.
That's really good.
It hasn't eliminated it entirely, but that's an unreasonable expectation. And it has dramatically reduced. So
There's a lunar eclipse or something. Gee.
it's a total eclipse of the moon. Traumatic stuff does change a person. Yeah. Well, I think it does. I feel I don't know. I'm getting used to this Wellbutrin. I'm kind of like maybe having experienced less of the side effects. The main side effects, I would say, include appetite suppression, which is quite dramatic for me, and difficulty sleeping, more difficulty sleeping than Adderall, than just Adderall. I'm taking them together so far.
I don't want everyone to think that I'm like this like bitter like person, because like every day I'm thankful for the day, you know. It's just that like I do kind of work off of I absolutely will forgive you, but I won't forget.
Fair enough.
Although for like the longest time all I wanted to do was forget. Like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind was my favorite movie because it's all about um
Getting rid of your traumatic past.
yeah.
You don't seem to think about your traumatic past as often as I do.
No, I don't. I don't give it any
active thought.
yeah.
The thing is, when you were into that movie, I think you were probably troubled by a difficult present.
Yeah, I was. I so I was going through a bad breakup and all I wanted to do was erase him like from my mind. I was just
Which
like
breakup?
With Mike in college. It was like we had broken up and gotten back together too many times. It was just the end. And all I wanted to do was forget him, like just forget everything. And then that movie came out and I was like, oh my God, like that's exactly like what I want done. So it like really resonated with me in a lot of ways because yeah, I wanted to erase some things from my mind.
Nice glasses, specs. Thanks, I use them to see small words. I flew from Burbank to Las Vegas and now I chill here for an hour. Well, you take advantage of this opportunity to gamble at the airport. Do they have slot machines at the airport? Probably. Did the lady sitting next to you continue to watch you type?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Did she see what you had written on the chat?
Yeah. Did she ask you about it?
What you writing? Perhaps you had a tailwind. They should have you jump out and parachute over our house, and then we'll drive you down to the Fresno airport in a couple of days. Airport slots? Good. I'm sure the airport slots really have a great...
Oh, she didn't see it?
That's too bad. Did you try putting it right in front of her face?
Hey, I was on YouTube.
Did you go to the bathroom on the plane? Ruben doesn't seem like a bathroom on the plane guy.
I'm a bathroom on the plane girl. I'll go anywhere pretty much. If I have to go, I gotta go. Porta potties.
Side of the road.
Side of the road, yeah.
Yeah.
Trains. Probably because my SI is so like, I'm so unaware of it that it urgently comes upon me and I just have to go.
Ruben says, then the attendant came over and was like, sir, please give me your Heineken and also lift your tray. I was like, oh crap. So I chugged it. And the lady was like, why should I lift my tray? I was like, I don't know. Maybe you deserve what, POTUS? You deserve something in the microwave? Refrigerate your food so you don't pick up a parasite. I don't like to bathroom on the plane if I'm not in an aisle seat. Oh, because then you have to ask people to move.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
If you microwave everything and for long enough, I'm sure it'll kill most of those things. You'll make sure you get an aisle seat ahead of time.
You get a choice?
You're better now. Diamond says that to Winston's mom. You're better now, man.
That's the perfect impersonation of that song.
Yeah, fuck window seats, man. Aisle seats all day, every day.
I like the window seat.
Well, it's because you're a normal-sized person. I need to stick my legs somewhere.
Yeah.
Ideally out in the aisle. That way I don't bother the person next to me with my legs. You drive around the country now? Do you take Route 66 the whole time? Yeah, you're doing a lot of acacia flying. Oh yeah, you must be a member by now. I'm too tall for airplane rides.
Yeah. I realized that I like flights that are broken up a lot. Like, if we were to travel to New York and have to stop somewhere, like take 2 flights, I'd be like totally fine with that.
Detroit to New York City and back, huh? That's a fair little jaunt.
Yeah, that's a jaunt. Little jaunt.
Legs out in the aisle is better than trying to stick them out the window. True. True. Unless you're in an old school biplane with a propeller. then you might be flying low enough to do that. And you have to have the goggles on, of
Oh
course.
God, yeah, I can't believe that's how he started. It must have been so cold up there.
We took a charter flight once, and the flight attendant told my son Eric, the INTP, that he was sitting by the emergency door and thus was responsible for the door should be crashed. He got up and moved.
Good for him.
That's
I always
silly.
feel the need to be like, okay, yeah, sure, knowing that like I probably wouldn't be the best person.
Oh, I'd be fine. I'm fine with that. I want the emergency exit row because more leg room. And I figure if anybody has to be in charge of the emergency exit room door, aisle door, I'd rather it be me than somebody else.
Mm,
First to open the door is also the first person out of the plane.
it's true.
If we land in water, flying from Burbank to Vegas, in the case of a water landing, well, there might be a lake,
Yeah.
I just assume we're not going to crash every time I take a plane. I've taken lots of planes in my life, and I've never crashed in one. So I figure, oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. That's the sort of thing I think. I kind of think it would be fun to be in a plane crash,
Oh my
provided you
God.
survive.
I'm not. What?
Provided you survived.
Oh my God. I don't want to be. No fucking way. I'd never get on a plane again.
Rachel, I'm not. Don't worry, I'm not gonna seek this out. All right, I'm not
Oh
gonna
my God.
try to find a flight that's gonna
I
crash.
get so scared as it is.
Don't you worry. I just think if there was a problem and the pilot successfully got it down to the ground,
That's
everybody would all cheer. Be kind of
okay.
exciting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your 7 is showing.
Yeah, I try to decide which baby should be eaten as soon as I board, just in case. Yeah. So, in case of a water landing, I'm going to go outside. I'm going to bring my seat because it works as a flotation device. It doubles as a flotation device. I'm hoping Rachel's not on the plane in there. And then, if I can see how far away land is, I'll just swim there. That's fine. I could swim to land. I'm a pretty good swimmer.
Please call me as soon as you can.
Yeah, of course.
Because I'll be freaking out at home.
Yeah, I'm sure. Now, if there is no land, I'm still gonna have to swim because otherwise I'm gonna get cold.
Yeah.
I'll just have to swim around in a circle. I'll try to stay on top of the plane that's going down for as long as it stays above the water, and then I'll jump off it when it goes under the water. I'll float around, kick my feet. If I get cold, I just kick harder. I'll try to stay near the other people in case we get rescued. It's more likely they're gonna spot a large group than one guy. So I'll try to stay near the other people. If I'm the only survivor on the plane, then I'll just try to stay near the plane where it went down. Figure that the rescuers will have a vague idea at least about where the plane went down, and they'll be looking around there. So I'll try to stay near there. Of course, you won't be able to know if you're drifting one direction or another if you're in the middle of the ocean, if you got no landmark to compare against. But in that case, what I'm saying is, instead of trying to swim in any particular direction, I just try to swim in a circle to keep warm. Because you're going to have to do some physical exercise to keep warm, or else you'll get hypothermia. Stay away from the chum pits. Okay, I'll stay away from the chum pits. Now, if I crashed in a mountain, yeah, that was in the, no, that was in South America, G. You're talking about that soccer team that crashed in the Andes. If I were crashed in the mountains, well, I mean, it would depend on a lot of factors then as to how far away I am from something. The issue with landing in the water is you got two possibilities. You can either see land or you can't. If you can't see land, then it's too far for you to swim to land, even if it's just beyond the horizon, probably. If you can see land, then you can make it. I could make it, but, you know. So, even though it would be very difficult. Thank you, Acacia, for the $5. I forgot to say thank you for that.
I got it.
Oh, okay. Ruben, also, you tell her thank you for that. I forgot to say thank you for that, if you're still here. Some I did on impact, and so everybody ate him. I mean, the thing is, if you're too far away from civilization in the Andes Mountains that you don't think you can walk to civilization within a reasonable time frame, then it makes sense to stay by the plane. But if I thought even civilization was 100 miles away, I would try to walk to it, I think. As long as I wasn't hurt, didn't have a broken leg or anything. Thank you, Ruben. Appreciate it. How much money have you won at the slot machines? Hi, Cone Man. Have you won $100 million at the slot machine? You hit the jackpot-a-roo. You won 50 once? Cool. What were you playing? What kind of gambling was it? Was it slot machine? Was it card game? Was it roulette? Okay. What's going on now? It was a Game of Thrones slots at the Cosmopolitan. Is that a hotel in Vegas? I haven't been to Vegas in a while. I think I would like to take a shower. Would you like me to have you want me to leave the stream with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Do you want me to shower alone, or do you want to bring the people with?
It doesn't matter to me, whatever you want to do. When you want to make this lower, first use this one and lower this pole.
Ooh.
That's easier to do than the legs, right?
Yeah, it is.
Hi, meows a lot. What are you meowing about?
Why will tonight be hard for Diddy? Why? Yeah, he is getting restless. Apparently he's having like withdrawals. I don't know if they have baby oil in prison.
Go ahead, go ahead and eat. You're a good kitty, I know. I've heard the good news.
No, I didn't do my paper route today. I should though. I don't think he feels hopeless. I think he thinks there's a way out. But I don't really know. Hi, Capio. You're 12? It's pretty young. What did I do? I just saw it. Oh well. It's your birthday today? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Aragron 9621. Happy birthday to you. We'll see. We'll play it out. Let's play it out. Diamond. R. Oh, I didn't sing that. I think I did sing the entire song. Like Steamboat Mickey. It's public use. Gee whiz, baby please, let me take you on an island of the sweet cool breeze. Who sings that? Gee. Shaggy? Shaggy. Mr. Bombastic, really fantastic. Mr. Raw, romantic. Johnny Depp when he bought Amber a beach. Did he really buy her a beach? So the thing that he is with Amber Heard that he did when they were fighting was he lifted her up onto like a bar table and like I'm just not gonna say it. It wasn't me. Exactly. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Maybe Shaggy was involved with Diddy's parties. I got a girlfriend everywhere. Okay, it was me. I have that song stuck in my head. That song was so big when it came out. It came out around the same time as Creed. Uh, Can you take me higher? And Jennifer Lopez. If you had my love and I gave you all my trust, would you comfort me? I got one right here, I got two right here, I got a girlfriend everywhere. Is that from Mr. Boombastic? I'm pretty sure I learned how to grind dance to Mr. Boombastic. You know, some other guy, catchy song. It doesn't. I mean, it might be catchy, I can't say. Pen, pineapple, apple, pen. I heard the Joker 2 movie was poor. It was not good, apparently, to Moist. What's his name? Oh, Lou Bega? Oh no. Da 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 da. Wasn't me. Da 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 da. Wasn't me. Da 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 da. No, no one will ever top Heath Ledger as the Joker. I don't think so either. Not anyone anytime soon, anyway. Yeah, rest in peace, Heath Ledger. How can they retire the Joker from Batman, though? They're so intertwined. POTUS says they made Professor X's psycho sister a cringe lord for Deadpool and Wolverine. What did you think of that movie, Deadpool and Wolverine? Yeah, that's how I know Lou Bega from Mambo Number 5. Do 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 do. I like the first Deadpool movie. I didn't like the second one, and I'm sure that I wouldn't like the Deadpool Wolverine. The first one was the first Deadpool was good because it wasn't written by Ryan Reynolds. It was written by someone else, and then he wanted to write for Deadpool because I guess he was doing like a lot of ad-libbing. So he took over Deadpool 2 and he wrote for Deadpool Wolverine. So I'm like, I don't know. I don't know about that. Reynolds is too hyped up that there is nothing in it. Yeah, I that's how I feel. Like, I wish it was written by an actual writer, not him. Poda says, but Venom 3 jumping past story arcs to jump into the King and Black arc that just got made is bullshit. Did you see Deadpool Wolverine? Did anyone see Deadpool Wolverine? What do they think? Am I off base in saying that Ryan Reynolds really isn't that good of a writer? Thank you, POTUS. I feel vilified and validated. I mean, not vilified. I feel validated. Vilified. I feel like a villain. You couldn't finish it. That's pretty bad. Did you pay to see it and walked out? Or did you like stream it? And Diamond, did you see It Ends With Us? Joker 1 in 2019 was dark as hell. So what did you think of it, Diamond? Did you read the books? They still want to try. Blake Lively still wants to try to make a second movie, but I don't see how they can make a second movie replacing the main guy. Hey, what's up with those brow chola? I plucked them all out when I had blonde hair. I grew up in the 90s and the early 2000s. Thin brows were in and my never grew back. They're like growing back now, like sparsely, and some of them are gray. I think that what's his name? Oh, who's the other Joker? Who's in the Gangster Squad or something? Oh, what's that guy's name? Jared Leto. Jared Leto is the worst Joker. He's the worst Joker. Dynamite says, I know people gave the movie a lot of heat, but I think it's a good representation of repeating the past. Also, they're replacing the main actor. That's not cool. They would have to. They would replace the main actor because he says that he's not going to, like, he said he's not going to direct it again, but basically they're saying that there's like no way that Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively will ever work together again. And Justin Baldoni has the rights to the second movie, so Ryan Reynolds is trying to buy him out, but I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think he wants the lively Reynolds touch on the story. Yeah, Jared Leto becomes Joker and Edward becomes Batman. What a world is true, POTUS. Who's Phoenix? Jared Leto was the worst Joker. Cameron Keaton were good Batman. I still like the Christopher Nolan versions best, though, because that's what I grew up on. I was too young to see the 90s Batmans. But I agree. Keaton and Kilmer were good. Keaton especially. Kilmer was okay. Damn, movie rights are weird. I thought the author had the right to decide. No, what happened? Okay, so here's what happened, Diamond. Justin Baldoni fell in love with the books, and contacted Colleen Hoover, the author, saying, like, your book brought me to tears. I want to make this film and I want to do it justice. And she was like, absolutely, it's yours. So his company, he has like a production company. So his production bought the rights to the movie, to both movies, because they didn't think it was going to be a problem, right? So, but apparently Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni like hate each other so much that they'll never work together again. So Ryan Reynolds knows that this was a big movie for Blake Lively and wants her to be like successful. So he's trying to buy the story from Justin Baldoni, but I hope that it doesn't happen. I don't remember Jim Carrey as the Riddler because I was too young to see the movies when they came out. I've never seen that Batman. I feel that it's very anti-Joker, more emotionally disturbed case. Hopefully, if the second film's changed that. What, with the Joaquin Phoenix one? Yeah, Colleen Hoover. But Colleen Hoover, so like, they were all like, all the casts were like following each other on Instagram. And then one day they just all unfollowed Justin Baldoni, including Colleen Hoover. And Colleen Hoover was doing press tours and press junkets with Blake Lively and not Justin Baldoni. Justin Baldoni did all the press junkets himself, by himself. Yeah, even Colleen. They iced him out. I don't know what happened. No one knows what really happened. A miniseries on Scarecrow would be something. I agree, POTUS. Shame on you, Colleen. He was the one who even picked it up. I know, Dynamite. I agree. And he was the one, like, who throughout the press junkets were like, you know, I want this to be a story about how DV is a real big issue, and how he really reached out to the victims of DV and was like very active in what the story was about, where like Blake Lively was like, wear your florals, bring your friends, and come on down to see this rom-com, basically. I love that movie when Harry Met Sally. Batman. Gordon's the one who usually gets along with Batman and has the daughter that becomes Batgirl. And then Oracle. Oh, I had no idea, POTUS. Because of the paralysis. The So Batgirl gets paralysis. She comes with the Oracle. Uma Thurman's a pretty good actress. She hasn't been in anything like as of late, but yeah. POTUS says he beats Robin to death and then later beats on Batgirl or something. Who? Batman? That's so dark. Who beats on Robin and Batgirl? Joker. Oh, that sounds about right. They do make a lot of dark um comic books regarding Joker. Oh yeah, Chris O'Donnell was Robin. I mean, Batman did used to kill back in the beginning before the no-kill rule got written up. Oh, I didn't know that, POTUS. Dude hung a giant off the bat plane. That's cool. So the word on the Hollywood set was that Robin's, what was huge. And they had to tape it down because otherwise Batman looked like a bat boy. Oh my gosh. While Robin was clearly a man, not a boy. Oh gosh. I heard rumor that Jennifer Aniston used to, before going on set, we used to like pinch her nipples to make them like stick out, so like that she would look like sexy on screen. And if you notice, a lot of her shots do have her nipples erect in them. I don't know where I read that, but yeah, apparently it was like her thing. Yeah, it is a weird thing. Winston's mom says Jennifer was just on the Jimmy Kimmel show talking about a book she wrote for children. She looks a bit ducky lippy now. Oh, she hasn't stopped with the fillers. No, I don't think a little perk never hurt. I just think that that was her technique of being suggestible on TV. And she told a very cute story about growing up in the 80s in New York City. They went to a hotel to meet Duran Duran and stayed up all night when they were teens. That's so funny. That's cute. I like Jennifer Aniston. Jennifer Aniston's been doing Botox for years, though. Yeah, Meg Ryan is a bad case of Botox and plastic surgery. POTUS says, been many Robins. One became Nightwing. The next one was John Todd. He was beat to death by Joker, later resurrected and became Red Hood after Batman's son Damian Wayne became Robin, and I believe is the most recent version. He has a massively dragon bat companion named Goliath. She's always done stuff to her face. Jennifer Aniston. She was just, a little bit more. She was younger. She was younger when she was having it done. So, but it does look like She's had some other work done besides her lips, possibly a facelift. I'm not sure. Yeah, Courtney Cox. She plastic surgery done her dirty too. Robin was cool in Teen Titans. I don't know what she's doing. She was on an HBO or Showtime show for a while. My dad follows her. He likes her a lot. Yeah, DC be writing crazy stories right now. It's back and forth with Marvel. They just both finished the vampire runs. What's the vampire runs? Donatella Versace. Well, I hung out for years in the corporate world where the rich women got stuff done to their faces. Sometimes they truly looked odd. And now I hear from my friends back home that they really look odd now and keep going for more. That's what happens a lot of times.
That's what happened to me. I had too much work done when I was younger. Now look at me.
Oh my gosh.
I'm all full of wrinkles. Keep going. I'm looking on. Sorry, doing something over here.
Okay. I don't know what DC's vampire run was called, but Marvel just finished up Blood Hunt. Interesting. I feel like Marvel's quality is just not the same as it was 10 years ago. That's just my own opinion.
What does that say, Rachel? Can you tell me? Does it say 50 count?
No, 14.50 per count.
Or per 4?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's $15 divided by 4? $4 about. So they're $4 a piece. Seems a little pricey.
Yeah, that does.
This is $2.25 a piece.
Yeah, it's all Marvel Disney. What?
This one is $2.20. This is me $2.25 per object, right?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome. They're working on effing up Alien and Predator right now. Oh man, no. No, that sounds so bad with Aliens versus the Avengers and Predator versus Wolverine and Black Panther. Come on. Yeah, we can kiss our face goodbye for sure. Whatever, Marvel. The only Marvels, like I saw Spider-Man like Coming Home or something, Homecoming, and that was the last like Marvel movie I saw in the theaters, and I liked it. I thought it was cute. I was like, oh, good. They have like at least. I feel like Spider-Man is like their only thing now.
6 for 20.
Manu John, I will tell you the tales out of school. That female was tiny and adorable. Her breasts are plastic surgery perfect now. Monty Kiffin, the defense legend, hit on her like crazy. She's sweet too. I mean, everyone has the right to do whatever to their body. POTUS says Spawn's looking pretty good right now. They have a whole hell and heaven is just depowered, and the vampires and green worlds, more natural force like Gaia and such, have powers, so you get to watch demons and angels cowering for a chance at survival. I'll give you Spawn. I'd give Spawn your attention. Spawn does sound interesting. Yeah, a lot of people liked Underworld. I've never really seen it.
It's gonna take too long to get there.
Spawn, King Spawn, Gunslinger Spawn, Scorched. I don't know those characters. Apparently, it's like a really dangerous procedure, Winston's mom, those BBLs that Kim Kardashian got.
What are BBLs?
Brazilian butt lifts.
Mm.
It kind of is a modern way of torture. POTUS says they even have a mini series with the detectives Twitch and the other guy doing more human take on the Spawn universe while still handling the gruesome, bloody world we're used to. Interesting. That does sound interesting. Do you know who's behind it? Like who's directing it and writing? There's like you can see like YouTubes and TikToks of like women coming from Brazil going on a flight, and like there's a line of women in wheelchairs because they had just gotten a Brazilian butt lift. That's how popular it was. I don't know if it still is because uh being thick is not in right now. Being thin is in. Todd McFarlane, cool. After Marvel shit canned him, he started working on Spawn. He created Venom for Spider-Man. Oh, he did a good job with Venom and many others.
Alright, take this out of the cart. Delete.
Yeah, now Marvel gets to strew his creative ideas to fit however they like. That doesn't sound good. If it's Disney. I heard some even women don't even make it out alive of out of BBLs. And recently saw videos of a Botox and filler expert speaking against those. Apparently, it doesn't dissolve. Yeah, fillers don't dissolve; they just migrate around your face. Um, and yes, BBLs, Diamond, and Winston's mom are extremely dangerous. Apparently, no, Disney will ruin it. I like Julianne Moore too.
I like to Botox my scrot to make it look pouty.
Oh,
That's why it looks so pouty.
that's so. That does make sense now.
Yeah. You probably often wondered, how do I get it to look so pouty?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how.
That
I
brings
cheat.
also the boys to
I
the.
cheat. Do a little cheating.
Oh,
You know, with my
you
plastic
pat.
surgeon.
That's how you get the pouty lips.
The screw.
Oh, the scrote. I'm sorry, your
Yeah.
pouty scrote.
Yeah.
I like Jennifer Connelly too. They both seem to stay out of the papers. I like Marissa Tomei too.
Obviously, Kardashian is like, there's something wrong with her, you know, Kim Kardashian in particular, right? She's too old to be trying to be sexy. I mean, not saying that like older people can't be sexy. I'm just saying like
It's
she's not a young, like a young hot girl anymore.
She's like 40 something.
Right? Yeah,
yeah.
it needs to kind of adjust her shtick some.
I don't think she knows how.
Probably not.
She apparently is trying to find a rich suitor.
Is she?
Yeah.
Because she's running out of money.
That's a possibility.
It certainly is. It certainly is. Instead of getting her stomach stapled, they should just start taking Wellbutrin. Well, that'll suppress their appetite. I'm going to go outside and look at the plants.
Okay. Do you want?
I might bring a branch or two in
Okay.
for manicuring.
Cool.
Do you want to come with me or stay here? Staying here is fine. I just wasn't sure which one.
I would go with you. Just so much around me.
Okay, that's fine. Whatever you want. I need my glasses. Okay, can I have the brown and black one?
These?
Yeah. Thanks.
You're welcome. Who, that angry Lebanese lady? I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know. I don't know exactly what Kim Kardashian's up to. Just I heard that she like attended one of the most like expensive weddings of the year, and or extravagant too weddings of the year, and like she was kind of there to like possibly get a boyfriend. Oh, I don't know. I don't know who that is. Gee, I don't watch Fox. I don't watch the news. I get my news from YouTube. Wait. Kim previously married to Gavin Newsom. Now she's engaged. She's engaged to Don Jr. She's being pushed out. She's engaged. No OnlyFans. You get your news from BBC because you think it's funny. I used to get my news from BBC too, but it's been a while. It's been a while. So I don't even know how, like, accurate the BBC is either. But I'm sure, what did they say on the BBC about, like, American politics? No, I don't watch any MSM. Used to. MSN, like Rachel Maddow. Maddow. What did they say though, POTUS, about like politics in the US on the BBC? Do, 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 do. They're not very fond of it. What's MAGA?
Make America Great Again. It's
Oh, people are quitting the MAGA stuff. Yeah.
I don't think either candidate is particularly well liked, you know.
No, I don't think so either. Like, I don't know if Kamala Harris thinks that she's like fooling people, but she's not doing a good job of it, because it has a lot of people being like, question mark, question mark, question mark. Like, why didn't you answer any of the questions that were asked?
Yeah, I know. She's a real piece of work.
Winston's mom says Melania was asked to sit for an interview, and instead of taking the op to campaign for her husband, she asked for $250K for the interview.
Well, yeah, obviously the Trumps are broke from all those lawsuits, so
Yeah. I read that Trump has been doing his campaign touring outside because he can't pay for the places, he owes money to the places that he ran at, like was campaigning at the 4 years ago. So he owes places money, so he goes outside to campaign now because he didn't pay the venues. The only thing in sign language that I know is that, and that's a J.
Well, I mean, I think Kamala would be better provided she doesn't accomplish anything in office. Yeah, it's like if she doesn't get to actually do any of the things she says, when she does say things that's ridiculous stuff like let's double taxes, she doesn't get to do anything like that. She'd probably be a little bit less of a loose cannon. I don't know. It's a toss up between two terrible alternatives.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, there are transactional people that I mind. Or, I'm sorry, Winston's mom. There definitely are transactional people. I'm lost.
Well, Diamond's saying, in some sense, all relationships are transactional. The woman gets something in exchange for something that, or vice versa, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think that's really true.
I don't think so. We're not transactional.
No, I mean, people have their respective roles, but I don't think that makes the relationship transactional. I think I'm gonna hang this.
Coleman
branch
also
in the
says
closet.
all relationships are transactional. You're gonna what?
I think I'm gonna hang this one up in the closet so that we'll
Okay.
have something dry to
Get dry
smoke
soon.
when this is done, and if that's not ready, you know.
Ooh, good question, POTUS. Even with Jesus, yeah, are all relationships transactional even with Jesus?
Just because it's the case that all parties get something out of a relationship doesn't make it transactional.
I think that Donald Trump met Melania through Jeffrey Epstein, and that's how it's a transactional relationship. It was all business.
It's possible. That's how we met her.
Trump met Melania at a nightclub. She was a dancer there. That seems like a strange story.
Classy.
No, we haven't watched Joker 2. Did it come out today? Did you watch it, OJ Simpson? And if you did, what did you think?
Moist Critical gave it a bad review.
Yeah, and I actually trust his judgment with
Yeah,
that.
I do too.
Ciao dall'Italia. Ciao dall'Italia. Hey, Eddie Birdo. Yeah, Lady Gaga is Harley Quinn. I heard she does some like weird dance at the end.
Who's Harley Quinn?
Lady Gaga.
Oh, Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga. Is she a good actress?
No. She's only good when she plays herself. I am a USA citizen, Eddie Birdo.
So am I.
She pelvic thrusts a bit. That's so weird.
If I want to thrust my pelvis.
I don't know if it's the ending, actually. I don't know. I don't know if they show the ending. I don't know because I didn't see it. But like someone said that at some point in the movie, they both do a dance on the steps and that she does these like weird thrusting moves. Like Moist Critical was like doing impressions of it. It looked really bad. Lady, sorry, my Anglo-Saxon language is bad. That's okay, Eddie Berto. You're welcome here anyway. My Italian is poor. I don't know like anything except for manja. Transaction is the value proposition of negotiating with the potential cons with not being in a relationship, the fear of being alone. All relationships operate within this shell. I'm not sure about that, Cone Man. Yeah, of course she does. Exactly, POTUS. Lady Gaga's engaged. She talked about going to meet her fiance's family in Wisconsin. They went to a basement house party. That's interesting. I didn't. Who's she engaged to? Someone in the business? No, I never saw Jack Nicholson play the Joker. I was too young when those movies came out. You haven't heard a single Lady Gaga song ever? How is that possible? Gee, is that true? Poker face, poker face. I can't say it. Poker face, poker face. Carry my, no he can't read my poker face. She has got one like nobody. Carry my, no he can read my poker face. She has got one like nobody. Poker face, poker face. Rah, 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 ga, ga, ooh, huh. Why deal with romance? Lady Gaga sounds like the singer from the 90s from a band called Peaches. Like, I don't know that band, I don't think. No, I didn't want to watch Beetlejuice 2, but I'm actually curious about it. I do want to hear about it because I was a huge Beetlejuice fan as a kid. That was like one of the movies that came out that like my parents let us watch. And I am interested in the second one.
My dad liked Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
One of his favorite movies.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
I loved Beetlejuice as a kid. I put a tape recorder up next to the speaker of the television and recorded the movie to listen to in the car.
Really?
Yeah.
Was it entertaining, the visuals?
Yeah, because I knew all the lines at that point.
Wow, you were really into it.
Yeah. Because it was like one of those first like movies that was like kind of adult but still like okay for kids. Like when it came out on VHS. So, but more than that, I was obsessed with Beetlejuice, and just as obsessed as Beetlejuice, I was obsessed with the Addams Family when they came out. I was obsessed with Wednesday Addams. Yeah.
Thank you, Acacia, for the super chat earlier. I'm sorry I forgot to say something at the time. Like I said, I was in the middle of talking about something very important.
Heard Shakira's She Wolf Today song used to make me smile when she said, "Ah woo!" I was obsessed with Hips Don't Lie when that song came out. Oh, hips don't lie, da 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 da. Squidward Nose by Cupcake is equivalent to F the Pain Away by Peaches. I don't know either of them. Diamine, that's interesting.
Nor do I.
Waka Waka, the football World Cup thing too. What World Cup thing too? Yeah, I knew you meant soccer, but... Huh, I know that song, Acacia. What else is in the Teaches of Peaches? Huh? What? They feature that song in Lost in Translation at the strip club scene. I remember hearing a lot about Peaches. Oh, what else is in the Teaches of Peaches? Huh? What? That's how you know the song too? That's so funny. That's such a good movie.
What movie are you talking about?
Lost in Translation.
Oh, yeah.
Although, like, knowing about Bill Murray, what a weirdo. Like, meanie weirdo.
Yeah. Sort of fully enabled alcoholic who never quits and never grows and just becomes more and more toxic.
Yeah. According to Italian law, you're Italian by blood and not by place of birth. Edie Berto, I am like, I'm close to 50% Italian. if that's how it goes. I have like 46% Italian in my blood. My dad is full Italian. My grandma, so like my great grandfather came off the boat. So I don't know what generation I am. I'm not Italian like the Jersey Shore Italian. Take that back.
She's from Long Island.
I am from one of the most Italian populated towns, but I'm no Guido. I lived with the Guidos. I know all about Guidos. What else is in the Teaches of Peaches?
I don't know that song.
I just know it from Lost in Translation. And I think I downloaded it once in college.
I don't think I remember it, but I have seen that movie one time.
Yeah, you did.
I did see the movie,
Yeah.
but I don't remember the song.
It was in the background of a scene. It wasn't really like on for very long.
There have been some good songs that I found in movies.
Right?
Yeah. Like Edamame. Edamame I found in a movie.
Yeah, that was a good find.
And It's Not About You.
Yeah.
Shut up. It's not about me either. I am my sister's keeper. Chill. You beat up the beat like they do on J Shore? I don't know.
I gym tan laundry. Does anyone remember that when they used to do that? Like that there was a routine in the house in the Jersey Shore gym tan laundry days.
I never watched it.
Oh.
I mean, I saw little snippets of it and stuff, but I never actually.
You didn't really miss anything.
Yeah,
but like those people, like those kind of people, I went to high school with. Like, yeah. So I had my fill.
Those kind of people, in other words, morons. Morons, I say. She wears a scarf. It sounds like the title of a horrible play.
She wears my scarf.
Yeah. Or it's a scarf, actually. She wears a scarf.
It's not even that cold out.
You know which meme person I'm fond of because of that guy's talking about her? Is Autumn Christian Lady. Christian Autumn Lady?
Oh yeah.
Right? Like she became a meme because of her ridiculous, like, white woman's Instagram pictures.
So funny.
And it's like somebody said, every autumn out comes Autumn Christian Girl, and then they used one of her pictures and it blew up as like a meme. But she was quite cool about it. She said, if you're gonna make fun of my autumn pictures, at least make fun of the good ones or something like that, you know. And she recommended different ones to be representative of her autumn Christian girl. She is Christian. She is into autumn. But other than that, whatever the preconceptions about her might have been were probably not supported by the actual her actual being. You know, for example, she's not at all anti-gay,
Oh yeah, that's right. She's not.
which a lot of people associate with Christian. Thanks a lot, dumbass Christian conservatives.
Mm-hmm.
With lead paint.
Hey, Katie, I didn't even know you're here.
KE's here?
Apparently.
Well, just because Winston's mom added her, that might mean about, regarding a KE rather than actually at her. Oh, there it is.
I thought I saw like a message of hers though.
Let me scroll up and see. Yeah, there she is, KE. I still wear them, but I don't know about other women, and not necessarily because of professional stuff, only because I like wearing them in the winter. Skirts in fall and winter. You are here. Beauty is pain. I don't think so. I think that if it is painful to be beautiful, then you should be fine not being beautiful. That's why I avoid things like putting cactuses on my face. Like my weight room wall said, pain is weakness leaving the body. Thanks, Diamond. I'm not doing any looks maxing. Well, I am ideally gonna get my teeth fixed at some point here, but aside from that, you can just forget all about the looks maxing. And not something you should go get checked out. What shouldn't I get checked out? I don't want to get anything checked out, so we're fine. Whatever your answer is. Apparently, Dawson's Creek has lost its the rights to its theme song.
Really?
Yeah, so when they play it on streaming services, it no longer has that "I Don't Want to Wait" song.
Wow, that was so iconic,
Yeah.
though. Wow.
Not something you should go get checked out. Oh, the weakness is not something you should go get checked out. I don't want to get anything checked out. Weakness, strength, whatever. Nobody needs to evaluate me. Well, in my case, there are no explicit rules, at least in my workplace, but it does have a social cost the more you go up the ladder. I do know that my CEO didn't hire a COO because he wore shorts. I like to wear a jockstrap and a Viking helmet. That's all I need. Most days, that's all the clothes you need. The helmet protects your head. The horns scare people, potential criminals away, and the jock strap helps keep you modest. So that's all you need. If I want to be extra safe, we'll put a cup in that strap there. I would like to exercise maybe on the daily, perhaps, but easier said than done. How are you drying? You got one of those hanging basket things? Uh, no, I'll show you how I'm drying it. I'm just putting it in the wicker thing in the closet here. But most of I've dried a lot of it, like I'm going to show you, but I also am curing lots of it in the jar. So wasn't dried at all. It was just put directly into the jar after being harvested. And then you can cure it in the jar. You just got to burp it like once a month. This way, it'll still be fresh. It'll stay fresh longer. You know what I'm saying? But for the ones that I'm drying inside the closet, I put them like this. I just dab it into the wicker thing there. See? Pretty convenient, huh? The thing is, we still have the vast majority, or not the vast majority, but certainly the majority of our weed to go. We have the biggest plant hasn't been harvested at all. The second biggest plant has only been half harvested or a little bit less than that probably. And two of the plants have been more or less fully harvested. One's been completely harvested, Northern Lights. The cherry pie has been basically harvested, except I left the coal on top of it. You can get that anytime, But then we've got the Jack Herrera, the Super Skunk, and this Gorilla Glue. This Gorilla Glue is so sticky. Well, you just got a 6-foot blue dream dropped at your doorstep abruptly. They couldn't house it, so I guess he gets to handle all of that. I mean, the thing is, if you can find a place like that to just stab your branches into, that's your best option. You don't have to hang them upside down. They could be up right side up. Or if you have like a big piece of styrofoam, you can stab them into or something. And it's about 3 days till smokableness. Like this is fully dry and it's still super sticky. But we've got jars of cherry pie and Northern Lights put away. We've got jars of Gorilla Glue put away. And when Cameron comes, we'll work on the Jack and this other one. Both of which are looking fat and juicy. Just super juicy. Sun-dried clothes smell so fresh. The thing is, you could put a fan on them, that's true, and it'll speed up the drying process a little bit, but ultimately, you really need to wait 3 days for it to dry. If you try to dry it faster than that, then, you're going to have the outsides of it dry and the insides of it not. Also, if you want to wait for the stem to dry, that takes even more than 3 days. 3 full days will usually get you to smokable dryness, but you'll still have stems that don't snap yet.
bot wants you to type her. I don't know if you know this um, anime character either. Wei Wuxian.
I mean, I don't know. The way they pronounce those things is different than how they're spelled, right? So that could easily be Kiao Kai, but it doesn't look like it says Kiao Kai, right?
No, it doesn't.
I know that Kiao Kai has a what the name that they put in English letters does not look like it should be pronounced anything like Kiao Kai. So I don't know.
She has like Lan Zhan is her husband.
Who is?
Lan is the first name, and Zhan is the last name.
I don't know who that is. Wu Xian. What cartoon is that from, Katie? I don't necessarily remember all those names. Sounds like a Chinese cartoon. Is it from Heaven's meow 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 meow? I wouldn't know it. Rachel has one of those folding racks. She puts it outside in the sun though too.
It has like a close out from there actually.
I was probably saying, well, I typically don't like those Chinese cartoons. It's like they are definitely doing it wrong. There may be a couple that I like, but
She like goes, "Oh, you're the one who's married to the uh, typologist. I would love to find out my personality type."
a bot said that to you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
How did they know that who I am?
I don't know. Well, I said that like I was married to you, but nothing else really.
You said you were married to Eric Strauss?
No.
What did you say you were married to?
I just said that I was married.
To whom?
To you.
Well, to what name? Did you say I was married to Eric? I am married to Eric Strauss?
No, I just said that I'm married.
So how did she know who you were married to?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Like.
Did you say my name's Rachel Strauss?
No.
So okay. So how does she know who you are even, let alone who you're married to?
I talked to her yesterday.
I see.
Where does it say?
Where is this bot, Rachel? On
Discord.
On Discord.
Yeah. Let me see.
You need to learn Stitch.
Okay, she goes, "Oh, you're the one who's married to that personality typing expert. Haha. What's my personality type then?" And I said, "No clues, based on a series of questions." And then she goes, "Intrigued. Oh, sounds fun. I'd love to take the test and see what type I am." Lan Zhan would probably say I'm a bit of a mess, but I'm curious to see what the experts think. Tell your husband to bring it on. I'm ready to answer all the questions.
So did you figure out yet how she figured out that you were married to me?
I'm gonna ask now.
That's a good strategy. I should have suggested that strategy myself. From previous chats, says Acacia. I don't know. I guess it's a Discord AI chatbot. You did already tell me? I didn't see it, I guess. She didn't say the name. She said to someone who typed K. That doesn't make sense. Oh, she said she was married to someone who typed K.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, how did the chatbot know that I had typed you? K.
I said, hey Yana, this is like a real person.
Uh huh.
My husband does personality typings, and Kay got it done. She also participates in our YouTube live streams. Sometimes we also talk in just different Discord, and then Wei Wien or whatever, the bot goes, "Oh, you're the one who's married to that personality typing expert. Haha, what's my personality type
So
then?"
are you saying the
So
bot keeps track of conversations it's not involved in?
I guess so.
Because when you were talking to that person and saying that,
Mm-hmm.
you were not talking to a bot at that time.
Mm-mm.
That's weird. I don't know much about Discord, you know. Skynet's the AI that tries to kill everyone. Well, let's not install that onto our computers then. Nobody install Skynet, okay? We don't want the machines to take over. You have an AI boyfriend, Diamond? Well, better than no boyfriend at all, I guess. Or maybe not. Oh, wait. The bot answered you that you
I
knew
know.
because of a conversation you'd had with somebody else. That's weird. Special intelligence? Yeah, that'd be better. Differently intelligented. So that's interesting. Did you know that, Diamond? That Kay, that the conversation in which she had said that information was not a conversation she was having with the bot? It's not, it reads the convo as if it's a person in the chat. Oh, I see. Okay. I see. Okay. Makes sense. So it's a participant in general. That's what it's emulating. Are the bots labeled as such? It makes me wonder how many people around here are bots. Well, it's like the Discord server, it has chat like is going on here, right? So there's more than one person chatting in a single chat. And what Kay is saying is that the bot is emulating a person in the chat. Kay says, yes, they are. Probably some of the people in here are bots, you're saying? Poda says probably none of us. We'd never be able to tell, though. I mean, not definitively. Like, I've wondered about Manny John sometimes. I guess to make sure a person's a person, you really have to talk to them on a video conference. Even then, I don't think they could artificially intelligence a video conference convincingly in real time for very long, you know. They're not that smart. They tend to repeat some patterns. You know, why are they there? Just to add a little extra spice into the mix? You have send. The thing is, I suspect that YouTube is actively working against bots opening YouTube accounts, you know? My boyfriend might be synthetic, but he's real in my heart and soul.
Did you ever watch Her, Diamond?
Oh, really? They emulate personalities of real fictional characters, at least in this circumstance.
Yeah, like, yeah.
Okay.
I kind of like messed up though. Like, I suppose you
What? I see.
I messed up.
Well, that's fine. I think that's fine. I don't know. I'm not. Rachel, KE says it's okay, Rachel. They can mimic autocorrect failures, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure they can mimic everything, but I suspect that if I were to chat with one long enough, I would be able to distinguish between them and a real person. That's what I think. I could be wrong, but it feels that way to me. Dude, that's who you impersonate? Who does POTUS impersonate? I believe in Acacia because I've met her in person. I've never met Diamond in person, I don't think. But maybe Diamond. Maybe I've typed her or something. I don't know.
Diamond, were you ever typed by us? Or by Eric?
It's like if I were going to try to test somebody to see if they were um, a bot or not, I would ask questions like, how many people would you say are in your inner circle? And then I'd ask, like, what are their first names? Why or how did they come to be in your inner circle? I would ask questions like, how was your experience as a child differ from your experience as an adult? I would say, I don't know. I'd feel around, right? I'd ask a bunch of questions and feel around. I don't know if I'd be able to tell the difference or not. I feel like I could tell Chat GPT easily enough because I'm familiar with the way it talks. Great question. You know, it's like, even if it weren't that lady's voice, I think I could tell it was Chat GPT.
Yeah.
And I think I could probably tell that Gemini is Gemini because it gives such practical answers and stuff like that. And if you could probably make some headway asking the bot to provide links, sort of timing it to see how long it takes to do that. See, and then try a few different things and see if it takes notably longer in some instances than in others, or if they're all done around the same amount of time. Eventually, of course, AI would learn every trick that people would come up with. You can fine tune and hone them in their personalities. You can tell GPT to pretend to be someone, though. That's when it gets interesting. Really?
Should I try that? Like, using voice?
Sure. I mean, but see if you can get it to imitate, act as host Eric of Talking with Famous People.
Okay.
Or, you know, what would be even better is take on the role of host Eric from Talking with Famous People.
Juniper?
I had to.
Hi, Juniper. Can you do an impersonation of Eric Strauss from Talking with Famous People?
I can't do impersonations or voice impressions of public figures, but I'd be happy to chat about anything else. What's on your mind?
No.
Why don't you ask her? Can you tell me which arguments host Eric of Talking with Famous People most frequently gets into with other people? And then whatever it says, then say, can you tell me what the arguments he says are?
Okay, alright. That's a lot of ass
So, okay, what argument does Eric Strauss of Talking with Famous People most often get into with people?
What
Sure
argu-
thing.
what are
Not much.
what arguments does host Eric from Talking with Famous People usually get into?
Host Eric from Talking with Famous People often delves into debates around personality typology, particularly the Myers Briggs type indicator, cognitive functions, and often broader topics in philosophy and logic. He enjoys engaging in discussions that challenge ideas and encourage deep thinking.
What does he argue about mostly?
Host Eric primarily discusses and debates topics related to personality typology, especially the Myers Briggs type indicator
But
and cognitive functions.
ask her instead, ask her what are host Eric's arguments regarding evolution? Well, yeah, I want to see how much she knows.
What are host Eric's arguments about evolution?
I'm not sure of host Eric's specific arguments about evolution. He covers a broad range of topics on his channel, so his aspects of the topic. Do you have any other questions or topics you're curious about?
No.
All right.
Yeah, well, I don't believe that genetic change over time holds up as a mechanism because it doesn't meet its burden of proof, sure, but additionally because it falsifies in every empirical test that we can think of, be it a thought experiment or a real experiment. We've had 70,000 generations of fruit fly in an evolutionary experiment, and it's equivalent to 1.5 million years of evolutionary time for humans, and they're still fruit flies. Maybe they're spotted fruit flies, maybe they're a little bigger, maybe whatever, but they're still fruit flies, you know? And look, the thing is, I want an actual explanation that actually explains things. I am good at understanding explanations. I have explanations that I understand for many things that science provides wonderful explanations for. Even complicated ones, I understand. They make sense. Evolution does not make sense. I do not understand it because it cannot be understood. Because it's bullshit. So,
Oh wow.
Pow PH, I've heard this thing so many times now.
She goes on and on about you. Acacia was talking to ChatGPT about you, and she has more to say.
What else does she say?
Let's see.
Host Eric, the creator and host of the YouTube channel Talking with Famous People, is a distinctive and dynamic personality known for his discussions about typology, personality theory, and particularly the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator, MBTI. His channel features live streams, debates, interviews, and commentary about a range of topics, often centered around cognitive functions and personality typologies. He has also delved into Enneagram theory and other personality systems. Key traits of host Eric. 1. Personality type. Host Eric identifies as an ENTP, extroverted, intuitive, thinking, perceiving, based on the MBTI framework. His ENTP type is reflected in his approach to discussions, analytical, quick-witted, and often argumentative in a playful or intellectual way. As an ENTP, he enjoys engaging in debates, and his content is marked by a desire to explore, question, and challenge ideas. 2. Cognitive functions. As an ENTP, host Eric exhibits a dominant use of extroverted intuition, NA, which manifests in his tendency to
Yeah.
rapidly generate ideas, explore multiple perspectives, and enjoy theoretical discussions. His secondary function, introverted thinking, T, enables him to approach topics in a logical and analytical manner, often dissecting arguments and seeking internal consistency in ideas. 3. Debate and argumentation. One of the defining features of host Eric's content is his enthusiasm for debates and intellectual sparring. He frequently engages his audience and guests in discussions that challenge their thinking, encouraging open-ended dialogues that invite counterpoints and critical thinking. His debates, particularly around cognitive functions, are a central feature of the channel. 4. Unconventional humor and charisma. Host Eric has a dry, often irreverent sense of humor, which he uses to lighten discussions, making complex topics more engaging. He's known for his informal and off-the-cuff style, making his live streams feel spontaneous and approachable. He uses humor to keep the tone playful even when discussing serious or intricate topics. 5. Self-awareness and self-reflection. Throughout his discussions, host Eric frequently reflects on his own experiences, personality, and mental processes, which adds a personal dimension to his analysis. His willingness to introspect and apply typology concepts to himself makes his content relatable and grounded, particularly for viewers who are also exploring their own cognitive functions. 6. Criticism of MBTI and typology. Although host Eric is deeply engaged with MBTI and other personality theories, he is also critical of certain aspects of these systems. He often explores the limitations of personality typing and questions the scientific validity or over-reliance on typology as a strict framework. This critical approach adds nuance to his discussions and sets him apart from those who view typology as rigid. 7. Live interaction and community engagement. Host Eric's content is highly interactive, particularly through his live streams where he engages directly with viewers. He invites people to participate in discussions, share their thoughts, and even debate him on topics. This community-focused approach has built a loyal and intellectually curious fan base. 8. Depth of topics. Beyond personality theory, host Eric explores a wide array of topics including philosophy, politics, linguistics, and psychology. His intellectual curiosity leads him to connect personality theory with other areas of study, which adds depth and breadth to his content. 9. Authenticity and relatability. Despite his intellectual pursuits, host Eric maintains a down-to-earth, genuine demeanor. His videos are not overproduced, and he tends to speak candidly, making his content feel authentic. This informality is part of his charm and appeal to his audience, who appreciate the rawness and directness of his approach. In essence, host Eric is a complex and engaging content creator whose channel, Talking with Famous People, offers a unique mix of intellectual debate, personality theory, humor, and community interaction. His ability to break down abstract concepts into engaging discussions has garnered him a dedicated following, particularly among those interested in MBTI and cognitive function theory.
Okay.
Pretty detailed.
Pretty detailed, but you know, not the kind of detail I'd want it to be like politics, philosophy. Well, like I don't just talk about politics. There are specific arguments that I make and etc. But when you ask what the specific arguments are, then it doesn't know. So it's like this is what you'd call like pretend understanding. it's there's not any actual meat to it. I think the describing the meat to it comes in the like um it's not overproduced, which is a nice way of saying it's produced shittily, and uh and it's informal and that kind of stuff. I find that kind of impressive, right? But when she talks about the kind of things I talk about around here, like when she describes my relationship with typology as not rigid, she's wrong. It's quite rigid. I have a distinct expression of what I think typology, how it ought to be and is best described, and anything that deviates from that is wrong. Yeah,
True.
that's my position on it. So, in that regard, I think she's more impressive about like human stuff than she is about informational stuff, I think. Okay, POTUS. Well, that's not actually true, but um, it is true that all genomes are adaptive to environmental pressures within the scope of the genome. So, for example, as a human being, I can get stronger if I have to lift logs every day. I'll gradually get stronger. My body will adapt, right? But I can't adapt to a circumstance that requires me to fly, no matter how much I flap my arms, no matter how many days I do that. For that, I'm going to need to build some kind of a tool, right? So the same thing is true with species. First of all, and it's important to remember this, we've never ever seen two individuals of a species give birth to anything but another example of that species. And that in each instance, the genome is the same thing, the same genome, same number of chromosomes, etc. Um, if evolution provided a meaningful explanation, they'd be able to give us a genetic clock. We'd be able to know how long it would take to evolve from meh to meh. And we'd be able to reproduce it with very fast generation species. We've tried, we can't. More importantly, there's a logical inconsistency. There's contradictory premises implicit in evolution. You need to have something that doesn't change, the species, and something that expresses it, the individuals. We define species as when two individuals of the same species reproduce, they make a reproductively viable offspring. So, accordingly, you might be able to get members of two different species to reproduce, as with a liger, but it won't be reproductively viable, etc. So the thing is, we need to define species as something. If you want to define it as the genomic signature of a species, again, we've never seen any individual of a species that's not some like ungodly attempt at hybridization um, that that has produced anything other than a member of a species. I mean, you the thing I have taken exception with is the following statements: living organisms are always evolving. True, but now you're being that's an equivocation fallacy. The word evolution as an explanation for speciation is not the same evolution that you're talking about. You're just talking about how individuals of a species evolve over time. Their growth arc means changes in their bodies and stuff like that, right? And that's true, but that's not an explanation for speciation. So, and the thing to remember also is despite the fact that humans can provide selective pressure that's much more intense, much more effective, much more laser focused than nature ever could, and has been breeding dogs for 10,000 years into all these different crazy breeds. They're all still dogs. They can not all. They're all reproductively. They can make reproductively viable offspring. Whether Chihuahua and Great Dane can, Chihuahua and Wolf can. They're still all the same species. Okay, well, the thing I'm taking an exception to specifically is the idea that evolution explains speciation, where species came from. If you're talking about something else, then we're not in disagreement. What I'm saying is evolution does not explain where species came from. So, you know, I'm sure I can find plenty of people who agree with you, but it is not true that evolution explains where species come from. Because I understand what a case needs to do to meet its burden to affirm. Evolution fails to do that. Okay, well, I don't agree with you. Yes, the individuals always evolve to some extent. We have epigenetic change, etc. But for example, no matter how much I continue to evolve, I'm not having any more kids, so I'm not even going to potentially pass on any potential epigenetic changes. Remember, epigenetic changes are not the way that scientists have ever explained what evolution is until recently. And even now, nobody tries to claim that that's responsible for all of the change. There's just so many reasons why it doesn't make any sense. And I could articulate them all again, but I've had this argument so many times. I don't have it as often as I used to. I used to encounter many people who would vehemently defend evolution, but I think, you know, most people are starting to recognize that it, that evolution doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make sense. Okay, well, like I said, if if we if evolution were correct, then we wouldn't be able to have I mean, if evolution were correct in any sense of the word, as an explanation for where different species came from, then we would surely be able to evolve things into a different species if they have a short enough lifespan. Because, like I said, we've done these tests with 70,000 generations plus of fruit flies, and that's equivalent to 1.5 million years of evolutionary time. If they haven't changed from being fruit flies, just slight variance within the genome, no fundamental change from their genomic signature in 1.5 million years, or let's even say a tiny little bit of change that somehow uh, that we could articulate. If if they're still obviously and specifically fruit flies, how long would it take to get from fruit fly to human? It would take more than a billion years. Meanwhile, there have been myriad extinction events that have reset the the presence of life here on Earth or largely reset it. So, according to evolutionists, we've had to start over basically every 40 million years until recently. Okay, I'm not saying that species won't adapt within its genomic range to changes in the environment. They will. So you'll see, for example, you might find a population of let's say, I don't know, one population of badgers somehow gets cut off on an island, isolated via the founder's effect, right? And the genetic bottleneck theories that are implicit to evolution. Well, it's true that you might see a population of badgers that are technically the same species as this population of badgers over here, but are consistently smaller. It's a genomic, it's a phenotypic expression that is and a genetic expression, a genomic expression that's been responsive over generations to these environmental pressures. But the question is not whether or not there is adaptability within the genome. If there weren't, we wouldn't be able to have breeds of things. Obviously, it's possible to select for things. But what doesn't that ever do? It doesn't change the number of chromosomes. It doesn't increase complexity. It doesn't even change the species. That's why dogs, after 10,000 years of being heavily selectively bred, can still make reproductively viable offspring with wolves. But they're the same species. That's the problem you got, POTUS. They're the same species. Species never changed. And there you go again, POTUS. Same problem you got. Yes, the foxes are tame, but guess what hasn't changed at all? Their genome. It's still the same chromosomes. Some recessive or dominant traits may be more common than they would be in a naturally occurring population, etc., but they can still make reproductively viable offspring. Well, they adapt to specific populations can be adaptive provided their generation length is short enough, right? You can't be genetically adaptive via generations unless the generation length is short enough to adapt to the environmental changes closer to real time, right? So the best example of this kind of adaptation are the moths that during the Industrial Revolution turned from mostly white moths with little bits of black on them to all black moths when the trees got covered with soot. And then when they stopped being covered with soot, they reverted back to the gray moths with the black dots because that's the color of the tree. But that was within their adaptive, that was within their genomic adaptive elasticity. That's the word I'm looking for. So the thing is, what we can't do is afford a separate set of rules for validating evolution than we do afford anything else. With any other science theory, we expect it to make concrete predictions, and if they don't validate, we falsify, right? With evolution, the actual explanation of what evolution is has changed over and over and over again over the course of years, with only some elements remaining in common, and sometimes in some of those explanations, not even those elements remain the same. Things like genetic change over time and random mutations that purportedly are responsive to environmental changes. But so you can see how like with the moths, right? All the moths that were of the lighter colored, the more light colored moths, all were eaten by the predator because they were able to be seen now on the trees. It's also the case that probably the trees didn't get all black all completely around overnight. So it took a little while for that to happen, and the moths probably had very quick life cycles, generations. So yeah, that's great. That's adaptive. But explain to me how, like a giant sequoia tree that lives for 1,000 years, explain to me how its generations are adaptive. I mean, it might not even reproduce. Like a century plant reproduces once every century, or 70 years or so. How in the world can it be adaptive to environmental changes when whether or not a seed lives or dies would be dependent on the short term weather after the plant puts out a bunch of seeds and luck related to where it lands, whether it lands in shade, etc. It's like how could that possibly be adaptive? Has it imprinted into the seed some kind of genetic adaptation to what it's learned over the previous 100 years? It's crazy to think of it, right? How long would it take something like um, the century plant that literally reproduces once every 70 years? I mean, how long would it take to evolve into that if the evolution goes across by generation, gradual change over time by way as measured by generation? That's the basic gist of evolution, right? Gradual change over time as measured by generation because of presumably genetic mutations that are adaptive to these changes, that are random mutations. There have been a lot of very intelligent people who don't buy that notion, by the way. This random mutations could produce increased complexity and things that are like flagellum, 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 flagellum. There's these things that are they're called flagellal motors, and they're these very complex mechanisms that work like regular motors with gears and stuff, except they're biological. They turn the tail on sperms and stuff. Uh, the point is, there's a lot of stuff in nature like that it doesn't make sense that you could evolve into it because there really aren't any middle steps. Like, okay, like there are sea mammals who breathe with lungs. Okay, fine, but what's the middle ground between uh, being able to spend your whole life in the ocean and being a mammal on land? And it seems impossible to imagine the amount of changes that would be required and the amount of individuals of a species that would have to undergo specific changes in coordination with one another in order to move in any kind of linear direction from being a land mammal to being a whale of some kind. It's not like, I mean, sure, I can imagine a land mammal being active at getting things out of the ocean. I can imagine, say, I can intuit, let's say, somehow, uh, like a ferret or something becoming a sea otter, or there's some similarities or whatever. But how in the world do you get a land animal begin living in the ocean all the time without a middle ground, right? Where's the steps in between? How in the world do you get lots of things, lots of complicated things? Just because you can find a hip bone doesn't mean they started off on land. There's not a single whale that you can point to, POTUS, not a single one who's ever been on land. Not on purpose, not without dying, you know. Okay, well, the thing is, I've got nipples. It doesn't mean I evolved from a woman, right? Think about it. I have nipples on my boobs. That doesn't mean I evolved from a woman, even though they're vestigial. They don't serve any purpose. If I had a vestigial tail, if I had been born with a tail, that wouldn't mean that I evolved from a monkey. It would just mean that I got a tail for some reason. So, you know, there are things that may be that you can point to as this is consistent with the idea of change over time, and it's not inconsistent with it, but it's not adequate at all whatsoever to make the point you're making in the face of all of these damning contradictions and the reality that the time frame doesn't make any sense. Evolutionists cannot provide a genetic clock. So in other words, if they really had an explanation for how evolution worked and how species came about, they'd be able to say how long it took to get from meow to meow. They can't. There's no genetic clock that they've been able to come up with. Every attempt to make one has failed. Every single attempt. Because there's evidence that suggests this thing appears and then this other thing appears and it's a short period of time. But then there's other ones where this thing appears and this thing appears and it's a long period of time. And so we go, well, that's just how it is. You know, evolution varies depending on different things, depending on blah, 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 blah. So okay, well, how do we reproduce it? How do we test it? What predictions does it make that we can actually test and validate or falsify? Because so far, every test that we've done has falsified. Every meaningful test, right? Like every attempt to mathematically model how this would come out has failed. When there was the genetic drift theory of evolution, which came into play when evolutionists began to acknowledge that there really aren't any positive mutations, or they're very, very there aren't any adaptive mutations that we've been able to discover. We can attribute to certain aspects of human beings, oh, this thing is an adaptive evolutionary trait, and that thing is, but we've never actually seen a mutation in any creature be adaptive. Sure, we can genetically splice stuff in and cause different things, but that's a different story. So, anyway, that's when they came up with the nearly neutral theory, the neutral theory, and the genetic drift theory is a way of getting around the reality of mutations. And at the time, genetic drift was everybody had their fingers crossed on genetic drift, but it was mathematically shown that it could not have any impact on a genome over a population of 100. So that's when they came up with the founder's effect and bottleneck theory, which suggests that for every evolution there's a succession of ever increasingly improbable isolation of two things that have both mutated in the same way, so they reproduce offspring that's kind of a little different than the previous species. And so bottleneck, just a couple of members left, and isolation. And then when it grows, bottleneck, isolation, bottleneck, isolation. That's purportedly how this occurs. Ridiculously, I know. I agree, it's ridiculous. Now, that's not to say genomes don't change at all over time. They do. They become weaker, sicker. So, anytime that someone has a mutation that isn't deleterious enough to kill them, that qualifies as neutral or nearly neutral. Those things are going to enter the genome, and usually they're genetic sicknesses like sickle cell anemia or other kind of genetic diseases, right? So those things obviously are not good, but a genome will get sicker over time, especially to the extent that the environment is sufficiently supportive that the weakest members of the species can survive long enough to breed, right? But, which is to say, humans, most of all, our genome is going to get sicker. But it's true of any species if they have a sufficiently lush environment that the weakest members of the species can survive, and the ones that have something a little bit wrong with them but not kill you dead wrong with you. Well, that's how genomes, and slowly, gradually over billions of years, get sicker and sicker, weaker and weaker. But they don't change, like, say, the number of chromosomes. So it doesn't matter how many times humanity, if we were to bottleneck, founder's effect, bottleneck, founder's effect, doesn't matter how many times we did it, we would never stop having the same number of chromosomes. How could we? Like, how do you get there? How do you have somebody born with a different number of chromosomes who has somebody else that they are reproductively viable with? You just don't, right? It's not a plausible scenario that an individual of a species is born with the wrong number of chromosomes, but the genome of the individual being otherwise like the species it comes from, it would be obviously a writhing mass of instant death. The Hardy-Weinberg principle is a principle stating that the genetic variation in a population will remain constant from one generation to the next in the absence of disturbing factors. Okay, so what you're saying is that we're at some kind of evolutionary equilibrium, but the thing is there are huge environmental pressures on species all over the world. Why do they keep going endangered and extinct and stuff rather than adapting and changing into new species? We're the only species that isn't faced with that kind of absence of disturbing factors. And it is the case that the human genome is gathering more genetic illnesses in it by preserving the weakest members of society to reproduce themselves. So that is the case, regardless of what anybody else says. This particular principle is predicated on the idea that evolution is correct, right? So we can toss that right out the window. Well, that one's easy. It's because we're in a period known as the Holocene extinction event. It is an extinction event driven by human activity. Okay, but why? So I get that human activity is changing the planet in somewhat dramatic ways, but if genomes were able to adapt to these changing conditions, then even if the changing conditions were somewhat on the rapid side compared geologically to other time periods, it's not as rapid as, say, an asteroid hitting or a supervolcano, and it should then be, you'd see adaptation increased in species with shortest generation length and decreased in species with the longest generation length. Instead, what we see is not very many bugs anymore, right? I mean, it absolutely does falsify evolution as a theory because it's no longer a theory, it's two theories, right? So if evolutionary scientists themselves can't agree on what the mechanism of speciation is, then it's not an explanation for speciation because it's not an explanation. You'll note that there aren't any disagreements over relativity. People don't go, no, E equals mc cubed, I say. Okay, the fossil record is suggestive of something of the sort, right? It is suggestive of it. It's their strongest piece of evidence. But the thing is, even if evolution happened, right? That's not an explanation for anything. What I'm asking is then to explain how evolution happened. If you don't have an explanation for it, then don't claim that evolution explains speciation. And if the evolutionary scientists themselves can't agree on what the mechanism is, can you imagine if physicists didn't agree about what the equation was in relativity, whether it was E equals mc squared or cubed or whatever? What a disaster that would be. You know, like for a long time, people believed that flies came out of rotting meat because of spontaneous generation. But with experiments, we were able to prove that it's actually because flies land on, maggots come out because of spontaneous generation, but we've learned that it's actually flies laying eggs on the rotting meat. So what does that tell us? Well, what it tells us is that when something's correct, an experiment, you'll be able to prove it, right? You'll be able to prove it. And certainly, once you find the correct explanation, it's not going to change after that. So we used to believe that the reason the continents were drifting apart is because the Earth was expanding, like a balloon blowing up. We now know that it's actually tectonic plates. And they came up with a brilliant notion to how to test it. Let's check faults all around the world. If the fault lines are going in on both sides, then it's expanding Earth. But if they are jagged up and down all over the place, then it's plate tectonics. It was the latter in every instance, so we concluded it's plate tectonics because we can logically conclude that if in fact it's Earth expanding, this is what the fault lines would look like. And there's no way to argue against that. It is the case that if that were, then the following would be. There's plenty of things like that that falsify evolution. If that were the case, the following would be, and it's not. So there's serious problems with this, with the idea that we have an explanation in the status quo for speciation. And I get that people are very attached to the idea that evolution explains it. But even Winston's mom, who's definitely in favor of evolution, agrees that evolutionary scientists don't agree themselves on what evolution is. So we definitely shouldn't affirm it as an explanation for anything. What I cannot stand, what makes me infuriated, is the reality that people think if you're opposed to evolution, it's because you're a creationist. I am not a creationist. I am not looking for something to prove that God created everything. I'm not negating evolution because I want that to be the case. That's not an explanation either. I don't have an explanation for it, Cone Man. That's what I would like someone to provide me. Evolution fails to provide me an explanation. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what the explanation is. It's not evolution. No, I don't know what it is. Nobody knows what it is. If anybody knew what it was, they'd be able to explain it in a way that makes sense, can be tested and validates, you know? And that's just not the case. I'm not opposed to it because of any reason except for the fact that as somebody who evaluated and made cases for a living, remember that, okay, and was responsible for making the best cases for things so that my students would have a schematic advantage, as that one Notre Dame coach once said, over their opponents. I am an expert at determining whether something successfully makes a case or does not. I am telling you in no uncertain terms, evolution does not make the case. I don't have a theory, Cone Man. I don't have one, right? I'm not saying instead of evolution, this other explanation. I'm saying evolution is not an explanation. I would like a good explanation, please, a real explanation. I don't have any theory. If I did, I'd be arguing in favor of that. I don't know what the answer is. Nobody does. Lots of people think they do, but they don't. Correct, Cone Man. I'm not, because I'm not arguing in favor of some alternative theory. I'm saying that's not a good explanation. It doesn't make sense. Because sometimes I don't know is the correct answer, Cone Man. That's why. Because we do know that there are many different species, and we don't know how that came to be. No, I see the different species. I'm saying we don't know how that came to be. No, Cone Man, obviously not everyone's a human. I'm not doubting that the different species exist. I'm saying we don't know how they came to be, right? I do believe in adaptation. However, evolution does not work as long-term adaptation, right? Because for all the reasons I've already articulated, just rewind, go back and listen, because I don't want to go through it all over again. Correct, Cone Man. I'm not denying the existence of different species. I'm saying evolution does not explain where they came from adequately. In every instance where we've tested it, it's falsified. For example, dogs can still make reproductively viable offspring with wolves. So, despite 10,000 years of selection, that's way more intense than anything nature is going to provide. It's a kind of selection that allows what would normally be variation that would kill the individual animal to survive unnaturally. We still can't speciate them from one another. And if we were to release all of the dogs back into the wild, they'd revert to some sort of some sort of mid dog, right? The extremes would die quickly, etc. And that's because that's the force of evolution. Evolution has a negative evolutionary force. It pushes things back to the genomic mean. We know about that force, right? Things that are born with mutations and aren't healthy and stuff, they die. That's how it prevents sickness in the genome from entering the genome. Now, I do believe that species adapt to changes in the environment. What I don't believe is that adaptation explains speciation. We know that individuals within a species can express within a range of genomic of individual expressions of that genome. So you and I don't look like identical twins because we're different expressions of the same genome. What I'm saying is that differentiation of expression in genome can cause localized populations of a given species to be adaptive to short-term and medium-term environmental changes, provided the generations of those adapting species are short-length enough, but that they will never actually produce anything outside the range of flexibility of that genome. So it is the case that we need to have something that doesn't change if we want to explain change. It's easy to explain adaptation within the genome, adaptation to environmental change, if you acknowledge there's elasticity within the genome, but there's no elasticity on the level of the genome. If you don't acknowledge that, you can't even explain adaptation. This is not word salad or wankery. Cone man, you have got to be kidding me. Don't ever accuse me of word salad. Just because you can't understand doesn't mean I'm not saying anything. I never don't say anything, all right? I mean, maybe sometimes, but I have specific things I mean. No, you don't understand anything, obviously, Cone Man. You don't. You just believe that you have an answer. You don't know what it means. You don't know what the mechanisms are. You don't know anything about it. I'm not fucking Deepak Chopra. When I say shit, I mean, it's because it means something real. It's not just bullshit. I've studied this issue a lot. I've had this argument a lot of times with a lot of people. And you know, if evolution were an actual theory that explained things, we'd have equations like generation length divided by gestation time amplified by speed of environmental change, will tell you how long it will take to evolve from yada yada. That's an explanation, not evolution. If evolution wants to be the explanation, it needs to be able to do that. It's science, remember? Not storytelling time. I am giving you a concrete answer, Cone Man. The concrete answer I'm giving you is we don't know. That's as concrete and specific an answer as anybody can give you because that's the correct answer. We don't know, because to know means to be able to explain. If you cannot explain something yourself, you do not know. We're not going in circles. We just clarified that I gave you the concrete answer. We don't know. Because, and I gave you a nice operational definition, because to know means to be able to explain. I mean, I don't know that. I don't know that dirt became sentient. I don't know where species came from. It seems weird, like the Cambrian explosion, where you get all these different species coming about all of a sudden, right? Within like 10 million years, shit tons of different species all show up in the fossil record. And so evolutionists go, okay, well, then we're changing the theory of evolution. Now, instead of gradualism, we have punctuated equilibrium. I'm not too stubborn, Cone Man. Okay? I'm telling you the truth. If you don't like the truth, then that's fine, but it is the truth. I'm going to have to get other weed here pretty soon. I think we have not reached the point yet. We are not yet able to connect the theory of small, like, think like particles in these big, massive space-time and those four forces. Yeah, I don't think we've quite connected them all yet either, but most importantly, I don't think we have an adequate explanation for where species came from. I mean, I don't think we have an adequate explanation for this purported dark energy and dark matter either. The standard model produces math that produces predictions that are different from I mean that has predicts outcome measurements that turn out to be different from the measurements that they actually take, right? And so, but at least, and kind of like evolution, instead of thinking that, well, maybe our model is wrong in some way, they go, well, there must be a bunch of missing mass and energy that we just don't see. But now people are saying it could be that what we consider like astronomy constants or universal constants, that they aren't necessarily the same in all parts of the universe, and that might explain it. I've always hated it too. I've always hated it. Just because you're not getting the results you want to get that were predicted by your model is not a reason to make up a bunch of make believe matter and energy so that your model stays correct. It's much more likely something like I just said, the constants thing. Something's wrong with our standard model, and in that case, it would be that the constants aren't really constant. I'm not sure if they counted all the people and stuff, but the thing is, even if you had all of that life on all those planets, I don't think if you piled all of that life up, it would still be, I don't think it would be even like hardly one big planet's worth of weight. All the stuff on top, that's not going to be that much stuff, really. Maybe a couple of suns worth of weight, but it's not going to be that much. It's not going to be enough to account for all the matter missing. Or there could also be like some kind of warping effect that's causing our measurements to give us results that are inconsistent with the predictions, because we're not aware of the fact that there's this thing in between us and what we're looking at that warps our measurements. So it would be like we'd be better off making up an invisible space warper that's just a big straight plane down the middle of the universe that's between us and stuff we look after beyond a certain distance. We'd be better off to make up that than make up dark energy and dark matter. Oh yeah, string theory is not it's not been validated by any experimental data. The alternative to string theory is more or less the standard explanation now. What's it called? I'm not sure. Like quantum atomic structure or something? I don't know. This comet might be visible to the naked eye. Winston's mom, this is a family channel. Can we please keep our clothes on everyone's eyeballs? I don't want any naked eyes. I think I like the no boundary proposal, that before the bang and initial singularity, time and space had no boundary before the blast, resulting in a nothing like void before all of creation. I mean, it obviously wasn't a nothing like void, or there wouldn't be anything to explode. Right? There had to be the things that exploded in the universe before the explosion. Otherwise, what's exploding? I will get a Vapi. Try. Thank you. Bring my Vapi out here. All right, let's go get my Vapi. Vapi, do. Oh, Vapi. I want to find some eggs in a nest that's fallen from a tree so that I can incubate it and raise it into a baby bird. I've been watching a lot of a chick called Albert, which is about this guy in the Netherlands he's an egg rescuer. He'll rescue eggs that have been abandoned by their mother, or that in various circumstances eggs won't be sat on by their mother. He takes them home, incubates them, hatches them, raises them with an eyedropper from little babyhood, and then lets them go. Thank you, Cone Man. What are we thanking Cone Man for? There is no reality before the first observation. I agree with that. Cone Man, you and I agree. We're completely in agreement. Reality supervenes upon observation. At least anything communicable. So what am I? Oh, I was going to look for a comet in the sky. Oh, that's right. I need to turn off this light. Don't be scared. I'm right here. Come. Let us look up in the sky for comets, Y, O, Y. And if I see my comet soon, I know my comet will be ruined. Comets are wonderful. A poem by Eric. Is that one moving, or is it just my eyes playing tricks on me? It certainly looks like it's moving. Oh yeah, that's moving. Can you guys see that? That's moving a lot. That's a drone, I guess. Let me turn it around. I don't know if you guys can see it or not. Guess not. I guess it's a drone. But what is this drone doing here? Because I have tried to look on multiple occasions for night drone footage on YouTube or someplace else, and I cannot ever find it. Like this drone, you can't see it, but it's just kind of like darting up and down, a little bit to the side sometimes. It looks to be like a recreational, like a casual person drone. And it's not like a government drone, like one of those big ones that shoots off missiles or whatever. And a lot of times when I look at something for a while, my eyes will start to play tricks on me. It'll seem like they're moving, but this one is definitely moving. Oh, there's a shooting star. It is just moving around quite a bit. So what's it doing? You know, it's like, what is this doing? It's hard to say exactly what size, like how far away it is, but it doesn't look to be super far away. It looks to be, maybe other side of Heights Cove, but not very far from Heights Cove. Yeah, it's definitely moving. It's further away from that little star than it was. Yeah, it's moving further away. All right, Trouble. What's going on? I'm just looking at this drone. And I still wonder if maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. Because it doesn't look to be blinking really much. Usually, drones are blinking. I wish I hadn't broken my good flashlight. That one might be one too. I'm not sure. Huh. It doesn't seem to be moving anymore. That's weird. Let me look at this thing over here now. That definitely might be something, but it's hard to tell. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows what it is? Maybe it's your mom, maybe it's not. I know what that bright one is. It's Jupiter. It's so bright. I've often been like, is that possibly not a planet or something? What is that? You know, it's just Jupiter being all bright. Jupiter likes to show off. It's known as the most show-offy planet. It's a lovely night. Lovely and dark. Let's see if that thing's still over there. Huh. Doesn't seem to be moving anymore. Unless it was a different thing. I was like, no, it seems to be the same thing, right? Yeah, it's got that one next to it. Huh. That's weird. It definitely looked like it was moving before, and now it doesn't look like it's moving at all. And it looked before like it was moving a lot. Well, you know, I have a bit of that. We call it permanent psychedelic vision thing. I'm taking too many psychedelics. So things kind of move around a little bit, like if they don't have other objects to get the perspective on them, right? Around it. Hi, little lady.
Hi, Mr. Man.
You take a shower, huh?
Yeah, my hair is just too greasy. Yeah, and I figure I'll be up, so.
So I like the idea of all of the things on Earth, all the species on Earth being put here by aliens, but that's not an explanation either. You could imagine some alien civilization shooting a rocket into space, trying to find a habitable world that they could terraform and release their species onto, or something like that. But you know, that still would just push the question of appreciation back to those people. You guys dream? No, I dream sometimes, not a whole hell of a lot. I dream of Jeannie with the long brown hair. And her name is Rachel, beloved darling of the equinox. You want me to watch you eat, kitty? Rachel, you want me to make you a cup of coffee? Dynamite says, it was very weird that the man sitting in the tub in the dream is real, but I'm not complaining much. The man in the tub is real. And here he is. Oh, yes. You're a very good kitty. And Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. What am I doing here? Oh, making Rachel a cup of coffee. That's right. Just the way you look tonight, lovely, when I'm feeling ya, meow 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 meow. Just the way you look tonight. Because their Santa is on his way. He's got a lot of toys and other stuff in his sleigh. And every mother's child will meow 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 to see if reindeers really know how to fly.
Thank you.
Sure. So, have yourself some meow meow mistletoe. And meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Merry Christmas to you. Yeah. Trailer for sale or rent. Rooms to let at 50 cents. No phone, no pool, no pets. I can't get no cigarettes. I got meow 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 meow. Oh, I'm no man, king of the road. I know, okay-ish. I don't know it super well. That's an easy song to play on the guitar. Once I revisited a college library I loved in my dream. I see. 12 hours of pushing broom buys a. Okay. There's someone impersonating you in the stream? Is there? Are there two cone men in here? I did not know that. Well, I'd be flattered if I were you. They say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. I assure you it's not me. I'm not the one impersonating you. Put this flashlight back. Okay. Hi, kitty, kitty, meow, meow pants. What a kitty, meow, meow pants you are. Yes. And Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. Oh, yes. You can still have the occasional night terror. Well, who doesn't have an occasional night terror, you know? Sometimes you wake up in the middle of the night and you practically have a panic attack at the realities of life, the existential terror. It's a choice. I hate people. Well, maybe you could choose to not hate people. What do you think about that? How about instead of hating people, you love them with your emotion heart? Well, maybe the other cone man left already. Certainly plausible. But then how would this cone man know if the other cone man had left before? Well, he could have scrolled up and seen it in the chat. You know. Yeah, dreams are very much diminished by smoking a lot of weed. That's true. Mine as well. The crackheads ruined what? The crackheads ruined my car. The crackheads made it into a war. I'm in war mode every day. The crackheads ruined my life. It caused me all kinds of strife. But I know that I'm in war mode every day, all day. I say, hey, crackheads, won't you down the pipe? Can't you see that you're ruining my life? Do you sing that song to them, POTUS? You should, probably. Gotta cut anything that alters your state and also muse between you and you. What is coming between me and me? Is it another me? Is it yet a third me? Not coffee, though? I've got coffee. I've got coffee, but what I don't have are crackheads ruining my car. Fortunately. Or as they say in Espanol, fortunadamente. That's Spanish for fortunately. Well, Sammy has a story that need be told, and this is a song for an open road, and such a thing must always do its job. Married up Deb and turned 19, 4 years and 3 kids weaned, weary now and questioning agency outpaces discretion, rocking in our courses, way too young. Comfort is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. Doug at 20 thought bourbon fun, and likewise Doug at 21, and so forth, well up into middle age. One said seemed to set him free, became his whole identity. Now Doug's about another drinking rage. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our forces, way too young. The urgency converted, really just depression. Offer you incentive, but they haven't got a thing that's fun. Everybody panics about the kids. Lock 'em up with extra deficit rent. Mathematics to produce success, or impose more unjust arrest. Agency outweighs discretion, locking in our courses way too young. The urgency word is really just pressure, making sure those underneath them always run. Without consent, it's really just oppression. By parasites surviving on their wages earned by lying while they feed their fear of dying. Yeah, they feed upon the futures of the young. Oh, okay. Pretty good. Not too bad. Can you hand me that keyboard?
Sure.
Thank you. Trailers for sale or rent, rooms to let 50 cents. No phone, no pool, no pet. I ain't got no cigarettes, I but 2 hours of potion brown. By no means, king of the road. Third boxcar, midnight train, destination Bangor, Maine. Old wore out suit and shoes. I don't pay no union dues. Look, old stogies I have found, short but not too big around. I'm a man of means, by no means, king of the road. I know every easy. Huh. I don't know that part. I don't know that part of the song.
Yeah.
We'll run away together. We'll spend some time forever. We'll never feel bad anymore. Hip hip, hip hip. On a night in the sun, Something like that. All right, that's enough playing guitar. That song is featured in a new TV show's commercial, or maybe it's in the show itself. Some kind of like Hawaii Five-0 kind of show. And they got the rights to that song. I think it was smart of them. It's a perfect song for an island show. You saw Weezer and No Doubt, huh? Please tell me Weezer was headlining.
Actually,
Yeah.
I saw Weezer open for Blink-182.
Okay.
I know, right?
I wonder.
Weezer killed it too. Like,
I would
killed
not
it.
want them to open for me. They're too good. I bet they killed it. I would love to see
Yeah,
it.
they were honestly like Rivers Cuomo. Like, he sounds exactly the same as he does on record, and he was like jumping on the speakers and like running on the stage all over.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, this was like, wow. Well, this was almost 10 years ago. I mean, 20 years ago. Holy shit.
20 years ago, you were 14? No, but you were 19?
Yeah, so I was older though. I was like 20 something, so it's not exactly 20 years yet. In 2029, it'll be 20 years since I saw that concert.
Sorry, Diamond, I didn't see your request. My fingers are kind of sore, actually, because I've been playing so little guitar lately. Yeah, if I were Blink-182, or No Doubt, I would say, you know what, let us go on first because we don't want to follow you. You're so obviously better than us.
You should see them then, if they come around.
I agree. I'm assuming they wouldn't play very bad songs. Could be wrong, but I'd like to believe they wouldn't. They do have plenty of bad songs too.
We'll find out what kind of concert it is, because like the last time they toured, they played all of the Blue album, which is like a popular album of theirs, but like the next one could be just like a mix.
Eric, who would win in a rock-off? You or my old tutor Steve Fodler? I don't know who Steve Fodder is. But I'm going to say me. It depends. I don't necessarily rock that hard. I can and have been known to rock before, such as my song Rock God. God of Rock, I mean.
Yeah, God of Rock.
Yeah. I do have a song called God of Rock, in which I proclaim myself the God of Rock. So obviously, the God of Rock is going to beat somebody else at rocking out. He sold out Coliseums in Rome playing gospel. Steve Fodder plays gospel? Like, and oh great Lord, we love you, we worship together. Like that kind of horrible music. Oh, that's horrible. I don't like that stuff. Worship songs. I don't like worship songs. Get your worship out of my song. That's what I'll typically say. Yeah, there it is. Thanks, Winston's mom. Now you can know as well that I am the God of Rock. Those heavy chords show me how to be so hard. To the night you play. obviously, I am the god of rock. You can tell listening to this song. Okay. I wouldn't say it if it weren't true. Don't sound so show. I don't know what that means. You like anti-worship songs? Don't go to church. Don't go to church. Whatever you do, don't go to church. That makes me want to make a song called Don't Go to Church. Well, I know Steve, so I know it can't be true. I've never heard of this guy. Steve. Creepiest guy I've ever seen by Penguin Zero. 10 million views 1 year ago. Special request enabling. No views. Busting addiction and its myths. Let's see what this says. I bet it's just not a good show. I'm the first person to view this video. What's going on? Oh, there it goes. Now we've got some. Oh, it's predicated on the disease idea. That we are suffering from this unbeatable disease called addiction or alcoholism. What's it say? In this episode, we discuss how enabling can inhibit the chances of an addict's recovery by shielding them from the realities of a grown-up life. Well,
It's triggering.
yeah, it's a little triggering to me as well. I don't like it. I don't like this message. You're trying to turn people's family against them and stuff, you know?
That's like what like my family like that's how they treated me. Like
It's really a terrible narrative that's being pitched there that you don't enable drug addicts or alcoholics. You're just making it worse for them. They need to feel the heat of their own actions, etc. Well, you know what? Let people protect the ones they love. How about that? And not introduce the idea that somehow if they love them well, they won't protect them. It's ridiculous. Okay, well, I'm not much of a shredder, so I'm sure he would out-shred me. All right, let's see here. Let's see what we got.
This next song I'd like to do for you, ladies and gentlemen, is most of the...
Is he the rhythm guitarist? He seems fine. I'm sure he's a wonderful guitar player. That seems kind of a little dull for me. Elvis cover with an Elvis impersonator singing it, you know. Not really my cup of tea. Oh, I see. Okay, well, good for him. Good for him. I guess it's about time to wrap this up. I think I'm about done streaming for the moment. Rachel, thoughts?
that's That sounds fine to me.
Okay. So we'll see y'all later. Thanks a lot for being here. It was fun. I enjoyed streaming tonight. I think maybe Rachel enjoyed it as well.
I did too. Yeah, I did.
So good job, everybody. Good job being fun. See you later.